Today, we are going to build a real-time team collaboration Microsoft Loop 2.0 application with the help of NextJs and React. In this application, we are also going to integrate an AI model so that you can also generate the document from the AI. Hey there and welcome back to Tuburji channel. This is a full stack application and it's built for the beginner as well. Let's walk through the application first and then we'll talk about the tech stack which we are going to use to build this application. If you see, we have this beautiful landing page and simple and clean. And once you click get started, it will ask you to authenticate to our application. So with the help of Clerk, we added the authentication. Now you have option to sign up or log in with the Facebook, Google, or you can even log in with the email. Let's log in with the Google, select the account, and then once you select it, it will redirect you to the dashboard. On the dashboard, you will see all the workspace which you previously created. Also, you have option to create a new workspace. At the top, you can switch from personal account to the organization account. With the help of Clerk, we're gonna learn how to integrate easily the organization feature. Now, if I switch to the organization where you will see one workspace, now this particular workspace can also share with your organization with other members. So you have option to add number of members as if you are admin to this particular organization. Also, if you want to create a new workspace, just click on this one. Here you have option to change the cover as well. Here we're gonna learn how to easily update the cover and how to add this complete feature. Then you also have option to choose the emoji icons. Here you will see bunch of different options to add the icons as well. After this, once you select any of this icon, let's say we'll select this icon, and here you can add the workspace name. Let's say project idea for developers, and simply click create. Once it create, it will redirect you to the documentation page. Over here, you will see on the left hand side option for your documentation, the notification option, as well as you can create the number of documents. At the bottom section here you will see how many documents in a free tier you can create. On this side, you can even update the cover image for your each of the document. Then you have option to update the emoji, and not only that, as soon as I update it here, automatically the workspace name also get updated. So here we'll say project ideas, and as soon as I update or enter it, you will see it also changed without refreshing the screen. Then here we added this beautiful rich text editor where you will see different option to add. Now let's add a heading. Here we'll say list of ideas. Now you have option to add the list as well. Okay, here you can add number of different plugin to your rich text editor. Not only that, but you have also option to remove any of this text or whatever. Then you have different kind of alert, the lead emitter. You also have option to add the tables as well. Okay, and all the features that we are going to learn from the basic. This is completely free rich text editor, and we are going to learn how can we modify according to our needs. Then not only that, but each of the document has the own comment box where you can share the comments with each other. Here if I write the comment and send it, now this comment will be shared with your teammates. You have option to add the emoji, or not only that, but you can also tag to the other user. Here you will see the notification as well. So once they tag or commented in the comment box for the given documents. Now you can also generate the template from the AI, so you don't need to write everything from the scratch. Here you can just mention the template which you are looking for. Let's say you want a Scrum, or let's say project progress tracking in table. Okay, and simply click generate. Now and boom, if you see, we have simple template for that. Not only that, but if you want to generate a resume for your own, let's say generate resume template for full stack developer of 5 years of experience, and then simply click generate. And boom, if you see, we have this beautiful resume template for you. Okay, so that's how, guys, you can also add or learn how to generate the template from the AI. That also we are going to cover in this particular course. Now, as soon as I create a new document over here, you will see the progress also get changed immediately and the new document get added. Here you have option to delete any of the document. Once you click delete, it will automatically delete, and you will also see the change in real time. Now let's see how in real time it works. Let's say you are typing something, okay, and on the right hand side for the other user, see, this is different user, and immediately he will see the change. Whatever change you are making, it will see on the other user immediately. How cool, right? Also, if you want to comment anything in this particular chart, you can add it. So you can say add your comment and send this. Now if I go back to our application on the other user, here you will see the count is changed from the 2 to 3, and here you will see that user comment as well. Okay, see, and that's how the notification also going to work in real time without refreshing the your screen. Okay, so this complete application we are going to build in this particular course. Now let's talk about the tech stack which we are going to use to build this application. So first is the NextJs, which is a React framework. Then for styling, we are going to use a Tailwind CSS and the Shadsy and UI library. Now for the authentication and to add the organization feature, we are going to use my favorite, a Clerk, which is the authentication service provider. Then in order to integrate the AI model, we are going to use a free Gemini API AI model, and it's very easy to integrate as well. And for the real-time comments and the notification, we are going to use a Liveblocks.io. It also has a lot of different products to integrate with your application, and it's a real-time collaboration product. And the most important, in order to add the document editor, we are going to use this Editor.js library. Okay, and to save the data into our database for backend, we are going to use a Firebase database, which is again a real-time database which we are going to use inside our application in order to get a real-time update without refreshing the screen. So guys, if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. Also go to the tubegurji.com in order to get the source code access, or you can join the membership to get all the source code access for a free. The membership is just starting, is less than $9, so you can just join it and get exclusive access to the tubegurji.com with all the exclusive courses as well as the source code. Also you can track your each of the chapter by chapter, and you can track on your dashboard as well. So guys, without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop this Microsoft Loop 2.0 clone application. In order to create a React application, we are going to use a NextJs. NextJs is a React framework to develop the web application. It provides a lot of different features, and if you are new to this NextJs, don't worry, because we are going to learn everything from the basic. So first thing, let's go to this nextjs.org, which is official website for the Next.js, and then here you will see the command to create the application. Even you can go to this get started and installation step. Here you will find the command to create the Next.js application. Then go to the folder where you want to create a project and open terminal at that folder. Here you just need to write or paste the same command, npx create next app at latest. Now at latest will install or create a next application with the latest version. Now click enter, and then it will ask you to, do you want to proceed? Say yes. Now here we need to add the project name. Here we'll add Microsoft Loop clone. Okay, and click enter. Now, would you like to use TypeScript? So in this tutorial, we are not going to use a TypeScript. So you can say no. Then ESLint, say no. The Tailwind CSS, obviously we want to use a Tailwind CSS, so say yes. So when we install the Next.js, right, it will also install the Tailwind CSS for us. So you don't need to install it again manually. Would you like to use source directory? Say no. And the app router, we want it and it is a recommended, so say yes. And then import allies, say no. Now here if you see, it installed some default and required dependency like React DOM, Next, and some dev dependency for the Tailwind CSS. Now if you see, our project is created and is ready to use it. Now open a VS Code and then open the folder where you just created that particular project, right? And select that project folder, and then it will open inside your VS Code. Now on the left hand side, you will see all the projects, folders and file. Okay, let's walk through one by one. So very first folder, which is app folder, where we're gonna write and add our all the pages of the application. Inside this, you will see a globals.css, which include all the CSS styling which is applied globally throughout the application. Then we have layout.js, which is the a layout for our application, okay, which is called a root layout. Obviously for the Next.js application, we need a root layout. Inside here you will see some metadata is applied, a font is also get applied, and over here all the pages is going to render this children through this body tag. Okay, then we have page.js, which is the default and the first page for our application. Now once we run the application, you will get to know. Next we have node modules, so whatever the packages or dependency we install, right, all the packages files which is inside this node module, obviously we are not going to touch anytime. Then the public folder, which is again important folder, which used to store all our images, our fonts or whatever. Okay, so whenever you put it inside this public folder and want to access your image, you don't need to provide a complete path. You just add the image name and that's all. Now obviously once we start developing our application, you will get to know much better. Then we have this next.config.mjs file, which is help us to add the configuration related to our Next.js application. Then we have package lock and package.json file, which contain the name of the application, the version, the script to run the application, as well as dependency which we install and some dev dependency. So right now if you see, these are the some of the default dependencies. Then we have post css and tailwind.config.js file, which is Tailwind CSS configuration. Okay, so right now if you see over here, in that particular folder the Tailwind CSS is applicable. So if you want to create a new folder, okay, you created new folder and you want to apply Tailwind CSS in that folder, make sure that folder need to be here. Okay, that means you need to provide the part of that folder if it's not come under this particular path. Now let's run the application. So go to the terminal and click new terminal. So it will open the terminal inside your VS code only, and just type npm run dev. Now it will run your application on a port localhost 3000. Okay, now let's open this port on your browser, and if you see, it's showing the default page of the Next.js. Let me bring this side by side so you will understand much better. So let me close this one. Let me close this. And over here, if I go to this app and page.js, right, which is the default page, and if you see everything whatever written here, you will see on the screen. Okay, now let's see, let's clean everything. Okay, so I will just delete everything from here, and then I will add a simple div tag. Over here I will say h2 tag and will say subscribe to Tube Guruji. Now if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. And as soon as I save it, right, you will see this changes on the screen immediately. Okay, now obviously here we have some gradient background, okay, the lines. So that's because inside this global.css, inside this root, we have this background start and background end color. If I save this one and remove it and save it, you will see plain background with the text subscribe to Guruji. Okay, so that's how you can run your application. And as I say, this is our default page when first time when you run the application. Now, next thing we want to do is to install one Tailwind CSS based library called a ShadCN, okay, which is very powerful library, and the most important thing is very easy to use. Okay, obviously it's a free, and in order to install this ShadCN library, first thing you need to go to this ui.shadcn.com and then click get started. Here you will find the option called installation. Click on it and click NextJs because we are using NextJs. But here if you see, it uses for different framework as well. Now, as we already created this project, the only thing we need to do is to run this ShadCN initialize command, okay, which is a CLI command to run it so that it will initialize the ShadCN inside our project. So go to a terminal and over here click on this plus sign, so it will add a new terminal and just paste this line of code. So let me copy this and paste it here, and it will ask you some of the questions. So here you can select the style which you want. Okay, you have two different style, one is default, one is New York. I will select this New York in this particular project and click enter. Now you have option to select the base color. Let's select the neutral. You can select any of them, and the CSS variable for the color, say yes, and then it will write a component.json and it will add couple of folder as well. Let me show you. So if I go over here and inside this, you will see two new folder get added. One is the components. So right now it's empty. So whenever we install any ShadCN component, that component file will be added inside this component folder automatically. Then we have lib folder, obviously for this particular file we are not going to touch. And again we have component.json, which is a ShadCN related configuration. Okay, now let's do one thing. If you scroll down a little bit, right, obviously this is the information to add a font if you want to add a font. But if you scroll a little bit down over here, you can add a button. Okay, now if I go to this left hand side, and you will see the component folder, component section where you have the button component. Okay, go to this and here you will see the preview how it looks. Here you have code example, but in order to use this component you need to install this first. So copy this command and then go to your project over here inside your terminal, paste it. So it will install the button component. Now once it installed, you will see the inside this component folder, you will see the UI folder. Inside that we have button.jsx file, okay, which is created by the ShadCN. So obviously if you want to make some changes to the default button, you can make some changes over here, and here you will see the different variant, the size, and lot of other things. Okay, now if I go to this page.js and want to use that button component, just add it like this, and if you see now it is importing from this component /UI/button. Now here if I write subscribe, and if I go back to our application, over here you will see the text or a button called subscribe. See how beautiful, right? Now it also have different variant which you can explore from the documents. So if I say variant as a outline and save it, you will see the button with the outline. You can even change the size. If I want to change the size to small, you can also do that. If I go back, you will see the button with a small size. Okay, so if you want to explore more about each of the component, you can always refer the ShadCN documentation. Now the last important thing that we are going to do is to update the font globally. Okay, so right now if I go to this layout.js, and here you will see this is the default font, which is the enter from the next/font/Google. Okay, so this is a Google font only. So if you want to know the different font, let's go to this Google font, okay, by the Google only obviously, and here you can search different font, whatever the font you like it. Okay, let's say I like to use this outfit font. Okay, and just go over here and just make sure that okay, this is the correct font that we want to use. And if you know the name of the font, you can just replace it over here. Let's say outfit, right? And here make sure to update this method as well. You can put the subset as it is, you can change this name, but right now this is just a constant name. I will keep as it is and save it, and now immediately you will see the change, and now the font is changed. Okay, so obviously this font is applicable to all the text which we are going to add it inside our application. So that's how guys you can set up your project and update your font. I hope you understand everything until this point. If you have any question while creating the project or adding the shared scene library or updating the font, let me know in the comment section. Now let's say you want to create a new route called dashboard. Okay, and if I click enter and put the part like this, you will see we got the 404 error. It means the page is not found. Okay, the question is how to add this particular route, and obviously after that we need to make sure this particular dashboard page is only accessible to the user who log in to our application. And in this chapter we are going to add authentication part so that we can restrict user to access certain pages. Okay, so first thing, let's create a new route. So inside this app folder we'll create a new folder and we'll call it as a dashboard. Now inside this dashboard page, dashboard folder, we're gonna add page.js file. Okay, and here we need to add a default template. Now in order to add a template, right, you need to write the export function and you need to import some packages, right? Now in order to avoid all of this thing and to write everything from the scratch, we have one VS Code extension. So click on this icon, okay, which is the extension icon, and then search for the ES7 plus React Redux React Native snippet tool. Okay, this is very powerful extension, and if you see, it's downloaded more than a lakh or million. But the most important thing, once you install this one, it's very easy to add the templates. Also make sure to install this Tailwind CSS.IntelliSense. So when you're writing the Tailwind CSS classes, is very helpful, and it will give you suggestion. Now in order to add a default template, right, to this page.jsx, just write RFCE, which stand for the React Functional Export Component, and click enter, and boom, if you see, the default template is ready. Now here I will just rename this to, let's say, dashboard. Okay, and save it. Now your dashboard page is ready. Now if I go to the dashboard and click and refresh this page, now in this case you will see the text dashboard, and now we are not getting any 404 error because that's what the text is written inside this dashboard page. Okay, so that's how you can create a route. Now to just to make sure that our folder structure is well organized, right, I'm going to create a new folder, but in this case I'm going to start the folder name with this square bracket, the circular bracket. So NextJs will not consider this particular folder as a route, and I will just drag this dashboard route inside this routes folder. So all the routes related to our application we will keep inside this folder. Okay, and if you see, nothing get changed. See, now let's move back and let's understand how the authentication flow will look like. Now once users start or come to our application, we want to show a display login page. Okay, now user on this particular page will enter the credential. Obviously here we are going to add the email, password sign up, as well as we are going to add a Google social authentication as well. Then once user enter the credential, our authentication service will validate the credential, and then once it's validated, it will log in as a successful and redirect to a dashboard. But if the credential is not valid, then we're going to show the login fail and will display the error message. Now this is a very long process. Okay, and in order to implement this particular complete sign up and sign in page, we are going to use the Clerk authentication. Clerk is an authentication service provider, and most important thing, is very powerful. It also provides their own UI kit, as well as you don't need to add any configuration. Clerk is taking care of everything. Another thing, you can use it as a free as well. So up to 10,000 monthly active user you can add it to your application. But along with that, if you want to go beyond that, you can obviously go to this pro plan as well. Now I use this Clerk from in my menu of the application, and obviously they updated many of the things, and it's quite great when you want to use the Clerk. Okay, so the first important thing, if you don't have an account, create a new account with the Clerk and then go to the dashboard. Once you come to the dashboard, here you will see option to create an application. If you see in this case, I already have a lot of application which I created with the Clerk. Now click on this create application, and you need to give the application name. Let's say Microsoft Loop, we can say clone for example. And here you have option to select or enable the authentication. You have email, phone, username, Google, Facebook, and many of them, right? Now in this case we'll enable Google, we enable Facebook and the email. Now on the right hand side you will see how it actually look once you integrate on this inside your application. This is how your sign in page will look like. Okay, so beautiful. Now just click on this create application, and then it will redirect you to the dashboard where you will see the different option to integrate this Clerk inside your application. Now obviously we are going to use NextJs, so these are some of the things we need to follow. But on the left hand side you will see a menu of the option. Now once user authenticated to our application, right here it will come under this user section. Now obviously we are also going to implement this organization section. It's very cool feature so that you can create your own organization and you can give access to your documents, to your file, to the organization and all the members which is inside the organization. How cool it is, right? Then you have option to add the authentication service later on. You have multi-factor authentication, you have option to customize it, and there are many other things. Okay, anytime you can access your API key through this developers API key. Now I will go back. Let's go to this get started, and first thing you need to install this Clerk NextJS, okay, dependency. So this is the SDK we need to install. So copy it, go to your project, and inside the terminal just clear this one and paste it here. So it will install the Clerk for our NextJS application. Next thing, you need to add this .env.local. You need to create this .env.local file, and inside this you need to add this environment variables. Okay, so these are the API key. So first thing, let's go to this root directory, and then here we'll create .env.local file, paste your keys, and then save it. Next we need to add the middleware.ts file. Okay, so we need to create it first. So here I will just copy this, and inside the root directory we'll create a new file called middleware.js. Make sure it's a JS and enter. And inside this one we need to copy all of this code and then paste it here. Okay, let's save it. Another thing, we need to wrap our application inside this Clerk provider component. So copy this Clerk provider, and then let me close all of this tab for now, and then go to this root layout. Okay, inside this root layout I will just paste this Clerk provider, and we'll wrap all of our application inside this Clerk provider. Now make sure to import this Clerk provider as well. So here we imported it, and then save it, and that's all. Now here click on this continue to the Next.js guide, so it will open the guide for us and the next process, next step to add the custom sign up and sign in page. But until this point, whatever we did it, right here you will see, let me go to this home page, nothing is happening. Okay, don't worry, because next step is to create our own sign up and sign in page. Okay, so first thing, if you see, these are the route we need to create it. Okay, but obviously you need to type everything. So best thing, just copy until this point. Sorry, and then go to your app folder. Inside this app folder we'll create another folder, we can call it as auth, and then inside this we'll create a new file and paste that route which you copied. Now make sure it's changed to a JSX and click enter, and boom, if you see, it automatically create a folder and file for us, right? And then copy this content and simply paste it here and save it. Same thing you need to do it for the sign in page as well. So copy this, then inside this auth folder, paste it here like this, and select change this tsx to jsx, and then copy this content and simply paste it here and save it. Okay, and the last thing, we need to update our environment variable. So copy this environment variable, go to your .env.local file and simply paste it here and save it. Okay, and now if I go back, still you don't have any change. But if now in this case, if I go to this slash sign in, you will see the sign in page where you have option to add the credential and everything. How cool it is, right? Also you have the sign up page as well. See? Okay, so that's how you can integrate sign in and sign up page. Now another important thing in this one, right? If you want to update this sign in and sign up page, that also you can do it. But before that, let's say you want to go to this dashboard page and you want to restrict or you want to add authentication to the dashboard page, right? So before accessing this dashboard page, we have to make sure that user is logged into our application. The question is how to do it, right? So that's for that one, right? Go to this Clerk documentation and click on this option called Clerk middleware. Okay, I will also keep the link in the description. Now in this Clerk middleware, right, as you know that we already have this middleware.js file. Now if I scroll little bit down over here, you will see that you have option to create a route matcher. Okay, now this route matcher will help us to add or to restrict some of the pages from the public access, right? So copy this line of code and just paste it here inside this middleware. So if you see, this is the protect route. Okay, so that route we will add it here. Make sure to import this create route matcher, and in this case we want to restrict the dashboard. We don't have forum, so I will remove it, and we just want to restrict user to access from the dashboard. Next thing, we need to protect this route. So if you see here, we need to add this line of code. Okay, so I will copy this everything and I will replace this Clerk middleware with the newly copied code. Okay, like this, and simply save it. Now if I go back to our application, right, and refresh this dashboard page, boom, if you see, it's redirected to a sign in page, right? Because even though if you try to access this dashboard, it will redirect you to sign in page, because we are telling to this middleware or Clerk that dashboard need to be protected. Same thing, you can add it over here, whatever the route you want to protect, right? Now but if I go to this localhost 3000, you will see you don't need any sign in because this page is public. But anytime if you want to make this page as well as a protected one, you can just add slash, and now boom, even though if you try to access localhost 3000, it will ask you to sign in. Okay, so that's how guys you can add the authentication for your application. Okay, now next let's go to this dashboard page and click sign in with the Google. So I will sign in with the Google, select the account, and then now it will redirect it to a dashboard page. See, now on the dashboard page, let's go to this dashboard page. So inside this dashboard page, here you can have option to add one component from the Clerk, which is called user button from the NextJs, right? And if I add like this and save it, you will see on the screen this user profile image. And if I click on this one, you will see this beautiful Clerk UI kit to manage your account. It also gives the user's detail, have option to manage your account, and many of the other things. Okay, obviously you can have option to sign out from this one as well, and once you sign out, it automatically redirect it to a sign in page. Okay, so that's how you can add the Clerk and add this user button, so that it's it will be very easy to manage your account. Next, we're gonna learn how to customize our sign in and sign up page. Let me log out from here, and now if you see, it's redirected. But here if you see, this is just a simple page, but the question is how we can modify this sign in sign up page. That's what we are going to see now. Now let's design this sign in page. For that one, we are going to add Tailwind CSS styling. But if you want to give a try to this clerk element, that also give you the customized sign in page. Currently it is in beta mode, so you can they recommended to use it in development mode and not in production mode, so you can try it. It's very easy to use. First thing you need to just do is to install this clerk element, and then you can just see this sign in example and how they use it. Okay, they have their own clerk elements. But if you want to use a Tailwind CSS based clerk UI, the sign in UI, you can go to this hyperui.dev and just search for this auth form. They have this predefined component like this, if you see on the screen, right? Now you can select the one which you want. Let's say you want to use this one, and on the left hand side you can use your clerk sign in and sign up component, and on the right hand side you can anytime you can update this image as well. So over here, let's click on this JSX view, click on view, and here you will find the source code, right? Copy this JSX, go to your project, and over here I will just paste it here inside the square circular brackets. Now I will remove this sign in page from here, and make sure to remove this comment as well. And if I save this one and go back to our application, you will see this sign in page. But as you know that on the left hand side we need to replace with our sign in component. So simply I will just remove this main component like this. If I remove this and save it, let me go back and let's not remove the complete main, but you can remove this particular div like this and save it. And now if you see on the left hand side is a blank, and simply inside this main you can add your sign in component and save it, and boom, if you see now we have this beautiful sign in component. Now on the top you can add the logo and any other things which you want to add. And the most important thing, it's a responsive. Okay, on the smaller screen this is how it looks, on the bigger screen you will see you will look like this. Okay, so that's how you can redesign your sign in and sign up page. Same thing you can do it for your sign in page as well. Now we are going to implement the header for our dashboard. If you see in this mockup, we have the logo along with the name. In the middle, we are going to add the organization option that we will add it in the next chapter. And on the right hand side, we're going to show the user profile icon. It's quite simple. So let's go back to our application. Let me close all of this tab and go to this dashboard. Now inside this dashboard, we are going to create a new folder, but the folder name will start with the underscore components. So again, the folder which start with this circular brackets or underscore will not consider as a routes. And inside this folder we'll add header.jsx. Now let's add a default template and then save it. Now this header component we are going to add it in add inside this dashboard page. So let me remove this user button for now, and simply we'll add header from this component slash header and save it. Now on the screen you will see the text called header. Now let's go back and let's add a new logo inside your public folder. So I already added as a logo.png. You can get it from the Google. Just type it Microsoft Loop logo and you can just save it. Now in order to add the logo, we also want to add the name of the logo like loop, right? So what we can do, we can create a new component for this logo. So let's go back, and this logo will be, we need it in many of the places. So what we can do, inside this app folder, let's create a new folder for all the components which we are going to share throughout the application. And inside that we'll create a logo dot just logo.jsx. Okay, add a default template and save it. Now inside the header I will just simply add the logo over here and save it. Now you will see the text logo. Now let's inside this logo component, let's add the image first, and then we'll add a text as well. So inside the div we'll add the image tag from the next/image. Next also has their own image tag, and inside this we'll provide the source. Now you can just refer your image using the file name. So we'll use slash logo dot svg. Make sure it's svg or it's a png only. So we'll make it png, and then here we'll give alt tag as a logo. Then we'll give a width of 30 and height is of 30. Okay, and if I save it, you will see the logo on the screen. Next we'll give a text, and we can call it as a loop. Here we'll give a class name. We'll make font bold and text Excel. Perfect. Now let's bring everything in one line. So for this div, we'll add a class name. We'll make flex item to be in the center, and we'll give gap of 4. Let's make it gap of 2 only, and your logo is ready. Okay, and obviously this logo we already added inside this header. Okay, next thing we need to add the user button. So here we'll add a user button component and save. So you will see the user button. Now we want this user button on the right hand side. So first we'll make it, we'll add a class name as a flex, and we'll make justify between. Also we'll make item to be in the center, and then save it. Now you will see the logo and the profile image on the left and right side respectively. Next, for this div, we'll add a padding of 3 and then save it. Perfect. Also let's add a little bit of shadow. So we'll add a shadow small. So you will see the line like this, right? It's very light line, but it will just give you some header effect. Okay, so that's how our header is ready. It's quite easy and quite simple, right? Next thing, we're gonna learn how to add the organization, and so that we can also attach that to our header. Now we are going to implement the organization part, and it's quite easy to integrate it. But before that, let's understand two different workspace for our application. The one for the user profile, where user can come to our application and create workspace under his profile only. Okay, and that workspace is only available to the current user. Now when I say the workspace, it's nothing but a dashboard, but whatever the documents come under to the dashboard, we can call it as a workspace. Now there is another workspace for the organization, where when user come to application, user have option to create an organization, and he can also add a member to the organization, so that whatever the workspace we create or user create, right, for the organization, it is accessible to all the members belong to that organization. Now let's take an example. Let's say you are working for the development team, and for the development team you created the organization as a development, and you can add all the developers to that particular organization, and whatever documents or things you want to create, it is accessible to all the developers which you added for that organization. But now tester team, let's say you have another team which is tester, they cannot access your workspace. Okay, so for that you need to create another organization called tester, and then you can add a member and create a workspace in that one. Okay, now in order to add a organization, it's quite complicated thing, and so that we are going to use a Clerk. Clerk provide a very simple tool to add an organization. So first thing, let's go to the dashboard. Okay, and inside the application you will see the option called organization. Okay, so currently we don't have any organization enabled, but you can enable it through this enable organization. Currently it's disabled, so just click on this toggle icon called enable. Now over here you will see we have different roles. Okay, currently we have only one role called admin, and for the free tier we have the 5 members which you can add in our organization, and there are a lot of other things and settings you can find it here. Then inside the role you can add a multiple role. So whoever the organization is creating, right, the user is an admin user and other is a member user. Obviously you can add your own role as well, but for now I will keep it as default one called admin and member, because that's what I wanted. And then another is the permission, so you can create your own permissions, and that permission you can attach to this admin and member role. Now let's say you want to create a new role called read only member. Okay, read only member. You can just create it here. You can add the organization key. Let's say read only member, and you can add a description. So currently okay, let's add a same thing over here. And the permission, you can add the permission to manage domain, read domain, manage member, and all of these things. So here we'll say, for example, let's say read member, and then create a role. And if you see, now new role is get created. Okay, so that's how you can create the role. Now the question is, how can we integrate it? So in the documentation, if you go to this Clerk documentation and search for the organization, okay, so here we have use organization, and on the left hand side you will see this organization part. Okay, you can explore this documentation, and it's quite good documented all of these things. But let me integrate it inside our application. So inside the header we're going to use that one. So after this, because we want this organization, if you see this header, right, we want it in the middle. So we have one component from the Clerk called organization switcher. Okay, integrate that one and then save it. Now if I go back to our application and refresh it, you will see the personal account, because currently the organization setting or organization is not created, right? And you will see your personal account. You can anytime switch to a personal account if you don't want to work in organization space. But if you want to create, just click on this create organization. It will give you this beautiful pop-up. Here you have option to upload and logo as well. Let's say you want to upload any logo. So I will search some logo. Let's say this React logo, open it, and then you can give organization name. Here we'll say developer team. Okay, here is a slug automatically created, and then click create organization. Here you can invite the member as well. Let's say I want to invite this member. Okay, you can add the member email as well. You can even add the role only. Okay, you can add a admin member or a read only member role as well. Here I will select the member and then click send invitation, and then simply click finish. Okay, now obviously it will redirect to the dashboard, but here you can update that setting as well. But right now if you see, we have this developer team organization. Anytime you can switch to the personal account if you don't want to work on organization. But okay, now let's say whether we got the email or not for the invitation. Now here if you see, we got an email called Microsoft Loop clone, and over here we got a beautiful email to accept the invitation. Okay, so that's how you will get an email as well, and once you accept it, you can log into our account and simply you can get access to that organization. Okay, so I hope you understand how we added this organization part and all. Next, now in order to get the organization detail, it's quite straightforward. Let's say you are in page. Okay, let's try it in header. So over here you can get the organization ID using this constant org ID is equal to use auth. Now here make sure to add the use client, because when you use any hooks, right, you need to make sure you are on the client side. And here I will just console this organization ID and save it. And once you console it, let's go over here, go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and here you will see the organization ID. Okay, but if I change this to personal account, you will see now organization ID come as a null. It means we will get to know whether user is on user selected as an organization or user selected his personal account, and depends on that one we're gonna create the workspace in a respective organization or personal account. Okay, this is quite straightforward. If you have any question to this particular part, let me know in the comment section. And that's the reason we are using Clerk to implement this complicated feature very easily inside our application. Now whenever we create an organization, right, currently it's redirecting to a home page. Okay, so to fix this issue, just simply to this organization switcher, you can add organization after create organization URL, and here click the slash dashboard. Okay, so it will be on the dashboard only, and save it. Also you can add after leave organization URL, and here also you can add a dashboard only and save it. Now if I go back to our application and create a new organization, we can call it as a TubeGurji, create org, and then you can add the new members if you want. I will skip for now, and if you still see our we are still on the dashboard page. Okay, and on the deleting organization, or you can even leave the organization if you don't want to stay longer. Okay, and after deleting also you will be line on the dashboard page only. Now we are going to implement the dashboard where we are going to display the workspace list. If you see on this mockup, this particular mockup is for the new user if they don't have any workspace. Okay, and once we have the workspace, then we can show the list over here. But currently at the very initial stage, obviously every user or whoever who joined, right, they don't have the workspace, and then the screen will look like this. We have these two buttons, the plus sign and the new workspace. It will redirect it to a new screen called create workspace. On there we are giving option to add the name, select the cover, and all of these things. But before that, let's implement this particular part. So let's go back to our application, and inside this component I'm going to create a new file called workspace list.jsx. Add the default template and save it. Now this particular workspace list we are going to add inside this page.jsx under this one. So here we'll call workspace list and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see the workspace list is showing on the screen. Now inside this workspace list, let's add a class name. Here we'll say margin y to 10, padding of 10. Now on the medium screen we'll give padding x to 24, on large screen we'll give padding x to 36, and on the Excel size we'll give padding x to 52. Okay, now whenever you hover on this one, you will see the corresponding CSS styling for that particular Tailwind CSS class. Now if I save it, you will see that workspace now depends on the screen size, right? It automatically added the padding and all. Now if I decrease the screen size, you will see the padding is decreased immediately. Now let's go back to our application again, and over inside this particular div, let's implement some of the tags. So let's add a div tag. Inside the div we'll add an h2 tag and we'll say hello, and we want to add the username. Okay, so in order to get the username, you can use it with the help of use user hook. Okay, so this user hook from the Clerk NextJs, so it will return the login user credential. Okay, now make sure you will convert this into a use client, this particular component, and in order to get the username, you can just use user dot full name and save it. If I go back, you will see the full name of that user. Now let's apply some style. So we'll add a class name, and here we'll say font bold, text is of 2XL, and save it. Perfect. Now on the same line we want to add a button similar like this one. Okay, so over here after this div we'll add a button, and for this button we'll just say we'll add a plus sign, so something like this. Okay, and let's bring in one line. So for this div, okay, let's bring this inside this div only, and we'll add a class name, flex, and justify between, and save it. Perfect. Okay, now another thing, currently the default color of our shared scene component is a neutral, right? And we want to change that color to our own custom color. Okay, so in order to change it throughout the application, right, let's go back to our tailwind.config.js file, and inside here you will see whenever we initialize the color the shared scene component, right, when we set up it, it also added this all the colors and respective color code as well, the primary, secondary, all of these things. Now we want to change the primary color. So here inside this default, remove this one, and you can add your own primary color hex code. So in this case I will add hash 8230ff and save it. Now as soon as I save, you will see this color of the default Shatsion component get changed, and it's kind of purple. Okay, so that's how I added. So make sure you can also update this tailwind.config.js with your own color code. After this, let's add a new div tag, and inside div we'll add another div. Let's add a h2 tag, and here we'll say workspaces maybe, and we'll add a class name. So we'll add a class name, font medium, and we'll change this color to text primary. For this div I'm going to add a class name, margin top to 10, and save it, and let's see how it looks. So this is how it will look like. So we have this workspace, and on the right hand side you can add this icon as well. Now in order to add this icon, right, you can either use a different icon library as well. So very popular, which is the lucid.dev. Okay, it's very easy to use it, and there are a lot of icon you will find inside this library. And in order to install this library, click on get started, go to the installation, and make sure to select this React. Okay, now we are using npm. Copy this npm command, and inside your terminal just paste it, so it will install the lucid React library. And in order to add a component, it's quite easy. So over here let's add a div, and inside div let's add a layout grid component. And if you see, this is the icon component we just added. We'll add one more called align left, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, if you see, these two icon get added. Now let's bring in one line. So here we'll say class name flex gap of 2, and then here as well for complete thing we make. Okay, let's do one thing. Okay, that's fine. Let's make it flex and justify between. Perfect. Okay, something like this, say. And the last thing, we need to add this image and the text with the button. Now I already added the image inside my public folder. Okay, and this is the image. I think I will just rename this to workspace, and I change this to workspace.png so that we can directly use it over here. Okay, now one more important thing, if you remember, right, under this workspace we also want to show the list if there is some workspace documents are there, right? So what we can do, we can define one state. Here we'll say workspace list comma set workspace list is equal to use state. Now initially it will be empty, and right now we don't have any workspace documents created, right? So everything currently is empty only. And over here we are going to check. So here I'm gonna add a condition: if workspace list dot length is equal to 0, it means no workspace is created. Then we're gonna add a new div, and inside this div we are going to show this workspace option. Okay, so I added the and operation, but let's add a question mark and let's add a ternary operator, otherwise we'll show the workspace list. Here I will just add workspace list as a simple text. Now inside this div let's add this particular code. So first thing, we need to display the image. From the next slash image, let's add a source. Here I will say slash workspace dot png. Here we'll add a width of 200, height of 200. Okay, you alt tag as a workspace. Next I'm going to add a h2 tag, and here we'll simply say create new would say create a new workspace and save it. And if I go back, so this is how it will look like, quite good. And the last, we want to add a button. So here we'll add a button, and here we'll add a new workspace. Now to this button, if you see currently button is in the purple color, but you can give a variant. So here we'll add a variant and we'll simply say outline. So it will be look like this. I will also add some class name and we'll give margin y 2 3. Perfect. Now let's bring everything in one line. So simply to this div, we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex column, and we'll add justify center and save it. And we'll also add a item to be in the center. So it will be in center like this. We also give margin y to 10. So space from bottom top, and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful dashboard ready. And obviously if the workspace, the list is there, obviously this section will be hidden then, and then we will show the actual list of the workspace. But now on the click of this two button, we want to navigate to the create new workspace section. Okay, so for that one, we need to create a new route. So inside this route folder, I'm going to add a new route called create workspace, and inside this we'll add page.js file, add the default template. Here we'll rename this to create workspace and then save it. Okay, now when we click on this button, right, we want to navigate it to that new screen. Now there are two options. Either you can define the router hook and programmatically you can redirect it, or there is another option to use a link tag from the next/link. To this link tag, you need to add the href and then you need to wrap this button inside this link tag. And here I will just simply add the create workspace and save it. Okay, so on the click of this button, okay, which is wrapped inside this link tag, when you click on it, it will navigate to this create workspace route or page. Now if I click on this one, if you see, it jumped to this create workspace page. How cool, right? Same thing we need to implement for this new workspace. So I will just copy this link tag, and for this button we want to add, right, and here I will close the tag and then save it. So even though if I click from here, if I click from this side, it will jump to the same page. If you think this new workspace outline is not attractive, you can just remove this variant outline, so it will be more pop-up. Okay, so now I think this is look much better than this one. Okay, so guys, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. This is just a UI thing that we did it. There are a lot of things that we are going to learn in this particular video, so stay tuned. If you still did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. And one more thing I want to tell you before moving to the new chapter. If you go to this tubegurji.com, here you will find an exclusive courses and the source code for each of the courses. Also, not only that, but you can track each of the course chapter by chapter. Okay, here you will find all of these courses, and there are many of the free, many of the paid. And in order to get the source code access of each of this project, you can join the membership as well, which is just $8.99 per month, and then you will get all the source code for free, okay, for each of this project. So just join it, and as I say, you can track each of the chapter by chapter. Here you have option to get the source code. You can see the demo, or you can also watch on the YouTube. Now we are going to create the new screen called create workspace, where user can enter the workspace name. He has option to change the banner or cover of this particular workspace, and not only that, but he have option to change the emoji as well. Once user click on this cover then we will show this dialog box with the different images. User can select any of them, and one user click on this emoji icon, we're gonna show the emoji picker as well. So first thing, let's implement this create workspace page, and let's move from there. So obviously right now once you click on this new workspace, right, we are navigating to this create workspace page. So let's go back to this create workspace page, and inside here first thing, let's add a class name, and we'll give some padding margin. So depends on the screen size, the padding will applicable. So first thing, we'll add the padding to 10. On the medium screen, we'll add padding X to 36. Then on large screen, we'll add padding X to 52, and on extra large screen, we'll add padding X to 18. Also, we'll add padding Y to 20. Okay, if I save this one, you will see, let me refresh the screen once, and this create workspace is showing like this. Let me remove. Okay, next we'll add one div. Inside this div, this is actual card. Okay, so this is nothing but this particular card which we are going to add. So at the top we have the image, so let's add that div for that one, and this will be the, we'll say, cover image. Okay, now to this cover image, we'll simply add. Okay, so first thing, we need to add an image. Okay, so we'll add an image source, and here we need to provide the source. Now for the source, in this case I am going to add here we'll say cover image comma set cover image is equal to use state, and here by default the default one I'm going to add, which is the cover.png, and this particular image I already stored inside this public folder called cover.png. Okay, I don't know why it's not showing, but yeah, if you see this cover.png. Okay, and this image we are going to add it over here. So let me just replace it with the actual state called cover image, and then over here we'll add width and height. Let's add width of 400, height of 400, but let's give some class name. So here we'll say actual width full. Height, I'm going to add the custom height. Okay, so that's the reason I added with this square bracket, and we'll call it as a 150 pixel. Then we'll make object to be covered, and I want to round the corner, only top corner to the Excel. Okay, so if you see here, the corner is rounded only on the top side. Okay, not the bottom side. So you can also do that using rounded. Here we'll say top only, and we'll add as a rounded Excel size, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, so here we use the use state, so we need to change this to use client. Okay, and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful cover section. Okay, now on a hover on this one, right, because right now or on the click of this one, we want to show some kind of effect or clickable effect, right? So in order to implement, what we can do, we can add the h2 tag over here, and we can just simply say change cover. Okay, so currently it will look like this, but we want this change cover in the middle of this particular image. So you can just add a class name. Here we'll say position as a absolute. So as soon as you make this absolute, it will come on the top of this image. Then we'll add padding of 4, and we'll add width to be full, height to be full. Okay, we'll make item to be in the center. Let's make it justified to be in the center, and let's see how it looks. So I don't think so it actually changed anything. Let me bring this down, and okay, so I think we forgot to add the flex. But if you see, it is in the center, but it is not correctly showing, but because it's going out of this particular screen. So for this particular div, you can add a class name and mark it as a relative. Okay, and save it. Now if you see, it is in the center. Perfect. Also, I'm going to wrap this image inside one div like this. Okay, and now whenever I hover on this one, then only we want to change show this change cover text, as well as we want to change the opacity of the image. So simply here for this class name you can mark it as a group. Okay, and now we have hover effect, right? So on this one, let's say you want to here we will hide this particular change cover initially. So I will just simply say hidden, and now if you see, it's actually not showing on the screen. But whenever I hover on this one, so you need to add group hover, then you can just mark it as a flex. So when we say the group hover, right, so whenever we hover on the complete div, it also change the hover effect, or it will also apply the hover effect to this particular text. Now if I go over here and hover it, see, okay, perfect. Same thing we are going to do, but in this case we are going to add a hover effect for the opacity. So here we'll say group hover, and then we'll add opacity, let's say 40. See, perfect, right? We'll change this little bit, let's say 20. Let's add, we want dark actually. Perfect. Okay, so that's how you can change that opacity as well. I'll make it 40 only, and then over here I will add a cursor pointer. Okay, so when I hover on this one, the pointer will change. Now on the click of this one, we want to open the dialog. Okay, so that we will add later on, but I hope you understand this particular part. Next thing, we want to add this particular section. Okay, so simply after this one, I'm going to write let's say input section, and here I'm going to add a div. Inside this div, let's add a class name, and we'll add a padding of 12 first, and then we'll add the h2 tag. We'll say create a new workspace. To this h2 tag, let's add a class name, and we'll add a font to be medium, text to be Excel. Perfect. After this h2 tag, we'll add another h2 tag, and we'll just simply write like this is a shared space where you can collaborate with your team. Okay, and also we can write you can always rename it later. Perfect, right? So this is just a simple text which we added here. Obviously I will add a class name, we'll say text small and margin top to 2, something like this. After this I'm going to add a div. Okay, so here we add a div, and because we want to add the emoji picker, so which is kind of button, so what we can do, we will add a button. Okay, so this button will be we'll add a variant as a outline, and in this button I'm going to add the emoji icon, right? So here we'll say smile plus, so this it will look like this, right? So that particular smiley icon I will add. See, beautiful, right? And for this div, we'll add a class name, we'll add a margin top to 8 and save it, and then we will add the input as well. So now in order to add the input, let's go to this chat cn, and if I scroll down, you will see the input component. Okay, because that's what we needed over here. So in order to get that one, copy this npx command first and then paste it here. So it will install the input component, and then you can directly use it. So once it installed, right here, if you see, if I type input, you will get the suggestion to import this component from the component folder. Now once you add this one, here I will add a placeholder is equal to, and here I will say workspace name, and save it. Now if I go back, and okay, so if you see, we have this workspace name. Now let's bring everything in one line. So for this div, we'll add a flex, we'll add a gap of 2, and we'll make item to be in the center. Perfect, right? And this is our per input field. Now after that we have this simply 2 buttons. Let's add that 2 button as well. So let's add a div. The first button will be create, and other button will be the cancel. Okay, for this cancel button I will put the variant as outline and save it. Now if I go back, we have this create and cancel button. Okay, now let's add a class name. We'll add a margin top to 7, and we want to make it justify at the end. Okay, let's make it flex first, and we'll make justify end. Okay, we'll also give gap between these 2 buttons, something like this. Okay, now we want to disable this button until and unless user did not input anything, right? So in order to save the user input, we are going to say in one state. So here we'll say workspace name comma set workspace name is equal to use state, and save it. Now over here to this input, we'll input have on change method, which will give us the event e, and then we'll set the workspace name. Now inside the event e, whatever the value user type, right, we can get it using this event dot target dot value. And over here I will add a disable method. So if I just put disable, it means disable is true in this case, and you will see the button is disabled. But we can write a condition now. So you can only disable if the workspace name is dot length is not there. Okay, now if I save it, length, and okay, so we have error. Okay, so here we need to add a question mark and save it. Now right now if you see it disabled, but if I type anything, it enable immediately. Perfect, it's working fine. Next, if you see we give the card like effect, right? Same thing we are going to add to this particular card. So maybe for this div we can add it. So here we'll add a class name, we'll add a shadow of 2xl. Okay, and obviously border is we are not adding, but we'll make rounded to be xl. Boom, if you see how beautiful we have this particular card. Okay, now obviously you can add now obviously this is depend on the screen size, it automatically change the layout and everything. See how beautiful. Only thing that I think I will give more, will give here as well. I will add padding y to 28, little bit down, and padding x here I will add something like 96. Here I will also increase to 64 and save it. Perfect, I think this is good. And if I decrease the screen size, right, it will change the padding and all. Perfect, on smaller screen this is how it looks like. Perfect. Now next we're gonna learn how we can add this change cover dialog. Okay, so once user click on this change cover, we are going to open this dialog, and we are going to add an option to select a different images for the cover. Okay, the default one, which is this one, but if you want to user to pick something else, we are going to give option. And later after this we also are going to add the emoji picker as well. Now on the click of this change cover, we want to open this dialog and we want to show these images. Okay, so for that one, let's go back to our application, and I added this new folder called _shared, and inside that I added the cover option. Now inside this cover option file, I simply export the default list of the this particular image URL object. Okay, so we have this image URL field. This image URL I got it from this freepik.com. so what you need to do, just go to this freepik.com. okay, and then search the any kind of images. So in this case I search for the abstract, and simply click on any of the images and copy the image address. Once you copy this image address, just paste it here, okay, and then you can add as much as images you want. Okay, so this cover option we are going to use to show all the images option. Now to select this cover, right, we want to create a new component, and this component I will keep inside this app underscore component folder, because this particular component we're going to use it in later on as well. So I will create a new file, and here I will say cover picker.js. Add the default template. So here is thing, right, you can make JSX, you can add JS, it doesn't matter, but just for the consistent purpose I added JSX over here, okay, to the component file. And now to this cover picker, right, we are going to add the dialog box. So if you go to this SideNav has this dialog component, and this is the example, right, this one, you click on button, it will open this dialog. So in order to add this dialog, copy this npm command, go to your project, inside your terminal, just paste it here. So it will install the dialog component for us. Now this is an example use case, so copy this import statement and simply paste it here. And then you need to copy this dialog, this particular code, use case code, and I will paste it here like this. Okay, so currently we did not import this component anywhere. Okay, so let's save it, and then let's go to the workspace list. Now over here, if you remember, let me go to this page.js file where we have this workspace list. Oh no, not here, my bad. So inside the create workspace we have the cover image, right? Let's add this cover picker over here for now. Okay, so I added this component, save it, and then if I go back to our application, you will see this button, right, called open. Now if I click on this one, you will see the dialog is opening, but we want to open the dialog on the click of this one, right? So what we need to do, we need to pass this particular line of code to this dialog, okay, because inside the cover picker our dialog is opening on the trigger of this particular open text, and we want to add our line of code over here. Okay, so this line of code we need to pass it. So simple way to do this one, right, is to pass this line of code as a children to the cover picker. Okay, so what we can do, we can wrap this inside the cover picker. Okay, now this is the child element of this cover picker, and inside the cover picker we'll accept it as a children. Okay, and simply I will add the children, I will render this children over here. Okay, and now save this both the components. Now you will see the magic. Now if I go back to our application, okay, here if you see we need to change the width. Okay, so we'll simply go over here, and for this dialog trigger here I will add the width to be full. Let's save everything, and now if you see we have this option. Now if I click on this one, you will see the dialog is opening. How cool, right? Perfect. So that's what we wanted. Now simply we need to iterate the image that we already store inside our cover options, which is inside this shared folder. Okay, so all these images we need to iterate it. So let's go to this cover picker, and for the dialog title I will just write like this, update cover. Okay, and inside this description, let me clean this out, and here I will add a div. Inside the div we'll use cover option dot map. Here we'll say cover comma index and the arrow function. Now inside this one we'll add a, let's add an image, or let's add a div. Okay, and inside this div I will add an image tag from the next/image. Okay, now to this image tag let's add a source, and we'll just simply say cover dot image URL. Here we'll give width as let's say 200 and height of let's say 140, and save it. Now if I go back to our application and click on this one, so we got the error. Now this error is saying that host name image.freepik.com is not configured under the images in your next.config.js file. So whenever you use any third-party image URL inside your application, then you need to make sure that host name, okay, so if you see this is the URL, right, and this host name need to be configured under this next.config.js for the security purpose. So simply copy this host name because that's where we are fetching all, means we added these images, right, and then go to your next.config.mjs file, okay, to the root directory. Inside here we'll add images. Inside the images, let's add a domain, and inside the domain let's add your domain, okay, and just make sure it's whitelisted, and then make sure to restart your application. And once you restart, refresh your screen, and if I click now, let's click over here, so maybe we got error, I'm not sure. Okay, so we got this one, but if you see the dialog is open, but it's quite weird, right, means it's not perfectly the way we want. So to fix this one, let me go to this cover picker again, and inside here we'll add a div. Inside this, oh sorry, not here, but inside this div we'll add a class name. We'll add a grid. We'll add grid column 2 when the screen size is smaller. On the medium screen size we'll make grid column 3, and on the large we'll make grid column 4. Okay, so we'll show, in short, we on the last screen we will show 4 images in one row. On the medium screen we'll show 3 images, otherwise we'll show 2 images in one row. Also here we'll give a gap of 5, and I will add margin top to 3. Let's save this one, and boom, if you see, this is how beautifully it looks like. Obviously the image is not in a perfect size, so for these images I will add a class name, and over here we'll add height of 70 pixel. We'll add width to be full, and we'll make rounded to be, let's say, medium, and make object to be covered so it will not stretch. And now if you see, all the images in one size. Okay, perfect. Obviously you can add more images. As I say, you just go to this FreePik, copy the image URL and paste it. Next we need to add a button to update the cover image, okay, and also we want to add a cancel button as well. So inside the chat scene dialog, if you go to over here, right, you will see the custom close button example, right. If you go to this code here, you will see in order to add the custom close button, you need to add the dialog footer. Inside the dialog footer we have this dialog close component, and inside that we have the button. Okay, so what I will do, I will just copy this line of code, and after this dialog description, sorry, after this dialog header, I will put it the dialog footer. Make sure to import this dialog footer, the dialog close, and the button as well. Okay, now I will add one more button. Maybe I will add it after this, and here we'll say update. Now this button will be a primary, so I will remove this one and then save it. So if I go back to our application, click on this one. Okay, so it's saying children only expected to receive single element. Okay, so here we need to add this update outside of this one. So this is the one dialog close button, and then we need to add another one with the update, the variant. I will remove this one and save it. If I click this one, now if you see, we have the close and update button. Now this button we want on the right hand side. Here if you see, we have this class name start, justify start. I will remove this one, so it will be on the right hand side. Okay, next, whenever I click something, right, and click on update, we have to make sure this image get updated. Okay, also whenever we click on any of this one, we have to make sure it is rounded with some border. Okay, means we need to show some kind of selection. So first thing, let's define a constant. Here we'll say selected cover comma set selected cover is equal to use state, and then on the click of this one, so this is a div, and for this div I will add an on click method. Here we'll say set selected cover will be the item comma image URL, not item, the cover dot image URL. Okay, and here I'm going to write a conditional styling. So depends on the condition we are going to add a styling. So you have to wrap inside the curly braces, then add this quote, and then simply we have to write a condition. So here, if you want to write a condition, write $, curly braces, and here I will just simply say if the selected cover, okay, if is equal to cover dot image URL, if this matches, then I just want to add a border to be a primary. So here I will add border as a primary, and I will also add border is of size 2. Okay, also outside of this condition I will add a padding of 1 and will make rounded as a large. Okay, or rounded as a medium. Let's do it medium because that's what our image of the border corner is medium only. So let me bring this down and save it. Now if I go back and open this one, if I click on this one, see, it is get selected. If I select this one, boom. Okay, so that's how guys you can add this border to the selected cover image. Okay, now once you select this cover image, on the click of this update button, right, we need to actually update the cover, and we need to set the URL of that cover image to the parent component. Okay, so what we'll do to this update button, we'll add a on click method, and here we'll simply set new, I will set the new cover as a new method, and here we'll just simply pass the selected cover URL. Okay, so selected, because when we select any of the cover, that image URL we are storing inside the selected cover, and then simply so here we set the cover. Okay, now once you set this cover, here this particular method we need to pass back to the parent component as a set new cover and save it. Now let's go back to our parent component, and here if you remember we have this cover picker component. Simply here you need to add a get the set to call this set new cover method. Here it will get the value as a v, and we need to store this cover, the newly added cover, inside one state. Okay, not inside one state because we already defined this state, so simply we'll set it inside this cover image state as a value v. Okay, and save it. Now let's test this out. So let's say, let me refresh the screen once. So I will click on this change cover. Let's say you want to update with this cover and click update, and nothing. Oh, okay, boom. If you see, the cover image change. Let's update this one and see. Okay, so that's how guys you can update the cover image. If you think this cover image the height is little bit, we need a little bit more, just change it over here. I think now this is good. Okay, perfect. So that's how guys you can update your cover image with this beautiful dialog. Now we are going to implement the emoji picker, and for that one we are going to use the emoji picker React library, which is very powerful library, and most important thing, it's easy to integrate. Just you need to install it, and then with this emoji picker component you are going to integrate it or use it inside your application. So first thing, let's copy this install npm command to install the library. Go to your project and simply paste it here. I will close all of these tabs for now, and now we want to integrate it inside our create workspace, right? So when we click on this smile plus button, right, which is the emoji button, then we want to open that one. So and this emoji picker we need it in multiple places. So I'm going to create a new component inside this underscore component under the app folder, and we can call it as a emoji picker component. Okay, .jsx. I'm just changing this name because emoji picker will be the same. The name will be same, right, because library name is also same, that's the reason. And then add a default template and save it. Now inside this div, okay, let me undo this one. So over here, first thing, this is the emoji picker which we want to add, right? So copy this component name, go back to your application and save it. Now the important thing is when you import this emoji picker, right, it directly displays it on the screen. Let me show you how. So copy this emoji picker component, and then obviously we want to add it before this button, so I will just add emoji picker component and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, let me refresh the screen once. Okay, so it's saying emoji picker did not define, so make sure to import this emoji picker. Okay, so the import statement need to add, and then you will see this emoji picker. Let me refresh it again. Okay, we have two error, but we will solve it in a moment. But this is how it will look like, right? And we don't want that one. We just want to show this emoji picker only when user click on this button. So for that one, inside this emoji picker component, I'm going to add a div, and whatever the button, okay, smile plus button we want to add it, we can render it over here through the children. So simply here I will wrap this inside this emoji picker component, and this will be the children of the emoji picker, and simply accept it here as a children. Okay, the similar way which we did it for the cover. Okay, and now this children you can render it like this. Okay, let's save this one and this page as well. Now if I go back to our application, you will see now we have the button, and along with that we have the emoji picker. Perfect. Now we need to make sure that everything in one line. So what we can do, I will wrap this inside the div. Okay, and first thing, as I told you, that we need to open this emoji picker when user click on this button. So here I will add a constant. We'll add open emoji picker comma set open emoji picker is equal to use state. Initially it will be the false. Okay, now this div I'm going to show only when the open emoji picker is true. Okay, so I will add open emoji picker is true, and then only open this div. And on the click of this one, so here I will add on click method set open emoji picker as a true, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application and click on this one, you will see the emoji picker is opening. Perfect, but it's not aligned perfectly, right? So what you can do for this particular div, let me bring this down. You can add a class name, and we'll make absolute position as absolute, and we'll add z index, let's add 10, and save it. Now if I go back, you will see now everything is aligned perfectly, and then we have the emoji picker. Because we added the position absolute, right, it automatically align to the button also. Now when you click on any of this emoji, right, we need to replace it over here. So emoji picker has many different properties. Okay, the one which is the on emoji click. So on emoji click it will emit the event e, and if I console this event dot emoji, it will return the selected emoji. Let me show you. So let me go to this inspect panel, because we just console it inside the console.log. I will clean everything, and if I click any of this one, right, see it's showing on the screen immediately. Perfect, right? Now this particular emoji we need to pass back to our parent component. So I will remove this one, and here we'll set the emoji icon, and we'll add e.emoji. Okay, now this set emoji icon will pass back to our parent component. So inside here, now I will accept it here as a set emoji icon, and simply we want to set that icon, right? So I'm going to add one state to hold the emojis. I will just add emoji comma set emoji is equal to use state. Okay, and initially is empty obviously, but when we have the emoji, so here we'll say emoji, not emoji, let's say value only, and here we'll add set emoji as a value. Okay, now obviously we want to display that emoji as well. So here I will add a condition: if emoji has some value, then show the emoji icon, otherwise show this smiley plus icon. Okay, let's save this one. Now if I go back and let me close this, if I select this car, see the car is showing on the screen. Okay, so that's how you can update it, but we have to make sure this dialog is also getting closed. So as soon as you select it, you can just simply set the open emoji picker as a false and save it. Now if I close on this one, okay, see now it's closing immediately as soon as we select any of this icon. Okay, another important thing, obviously you can go to this documentation and you will find a lot of other features as well. The one of the feature which I like it and I want to use, which is the emoji style. Okay, now it has a different emoji style. One of them is a Facebook. If I save it and go back to our application, you will see the emoji style is changed and it will look like some different one. Okay, so that's how also you can update your emoji icon to like for a face like a Facebook or like a Google or any other or Android or iOS as well. Okay, so that's how guys you can update the emoji or you can add the emoji picker for your inside your application. So if you have any question, let me know in the comment section if you face any issue while adding the emoji picker. Now next thing we need to do is to save our workspace once user click on create to our database. Now for that one we are going to use a Firebase database. First thing, the reason that we use Firebase that is free to use. Then it also includes the real-time database which we require inside our application to get a real-time update without refreshing the screen. Then it's easy to integrate and it has a very rich SDK, so that it is very easy to make some crude operation on the data and record, and most important, it's a well documented. Okay, so let's go to this firebase.google.com, and if you are first time on this Firebase, so you just need to create a new project or just sign up to the Firebase first with the help of Gmail. If you already use it, then it's very easy for you. But even though if it's your first time, don't worry, we'll go step by step. Once you are here, make sure to log in it, and here you will find the option called go to console. Just go over here, and if you don't have any projects, I will definitely suggest to create a new project. Once you create the project, you will see the screen like this. Now if you see, I already have a couple of application which is already there, but if you want to create a new application, click on this plus button and select the web. Okay, here we'll give the name, let's say Microsoft Loop Clone. Then click register app. We are not using Firebase hosting. If you want to deploy your application on the Firebase, you can also do that. Then you will find this add Firebase SDK option. Now copy this command and it will install the Firebase inside our application. So here I will clear this one and just install npm install Firebase. So once the Firebase is installed, this is the configuration for your Firebase. So copy this one, go to your project and simply, okay, let me get this down, and we'll create a new folder outside of this app folder, maybe inside the root directory, and we can call it as a config. Okay, so all the configuration related files we can keep in this folder, and here we create a new file called Firebase config.js. Paste the code which you just copied. Now if you see we have this API key, I will just remove it from here, and then inside the .env.local I will paste it. So we'll start with the next public, because whenever you want to use your variable on the client side, your variable name should start with the next underscore public, then the key. So here we'll say Firebase API key and simply paste it. Okay, I will copy this environment variable and I will just put it over here. So here we'll say process.env and then your Firebase API key variable name. Okay, and save it. Now over here I will just export this app if you need anything. Then we'll also add a export constant db is equal to get Firestore. Okay, and here you need to provide the app reference. Okay, now make sure to import this get Firestore. So let's save this one first, and here I will go and let's import that one. Oh, sorry, get Firestore from here we'll say Firebase / Firestore. Okay, and that's all, and save it. But make sure to you will export this one so that we can use it throughout the application. Now close all of this tab for now, and then go back to our application here. Inside the Firebase console, click go to continue the console, and here you will find your app, right? Microsoft Look clone. Now you can enable it, right? Maybe it's loading, I'm not sure, but anyway, on the left hand side you will see the option called Firestore database. If you don't see the option, just expand this one and then you will see it over here. Click on it, and then once you click, it will open this Cloud Firestore. Now in this case I already have some of the application which is using this Firestore. Okay, so just ignore this one. These are some collection, these are some documents inside this collection. Okay, so don't worry, we'll go one by one, but for now just ignore this thing. But more important thing, if you go to this rules section, okay, here make sure you will allow read and write. Okay, so that you can able to create a new record or update, delete, or made some operation as well. Okay, now next thing, let's go back to our application, and then now we are going to add a record to our Firebase Firestore. So go to the components, not component, go to the app, where we have the create workspace page.jsx file. Now inside here we are going to create a new method called constant on create workspace, and in this method we want to write a code to create a workspace for us. Now first thing, we need a document ID. So this document ID need to be in the string format. So here we'll say doc ID is equal to date dot now, like this. So what we did, we are just using the current timestamp, and every time the timestamp will be different, so that we are using it as a document ID. Then we'll write constant result is equal to await set doc. Okay, and if you see, this set doc is importing from the Firebase Firestore. Then we need to provide the document reference, and here we need to add a DB reference. So we will add DB from the config / Firebase config, which we already find inside this Firebase config folder, right? So this config folder, we have this Firebase config. So this is DB we are using, and make sure to import this as well. Then we need to provide the collection name. Now collection name, you can consider it as a table name. Okay, so if you see, we already have some of the collection name, but obviously we are going to create a new one, and here we will call it as a workspace. Then we need to provide the document ID. Now this document ID need to be in the string format, so I will convert it into a string. So document ID dot to string. Then you need to add the field or column which you want to insert. So obviously here we use await. I will make this as a async, and let's add some field. Let's say you want to add the workspace name. So here we'll add name as a workspace name, or here I will say workspace name only. Then we'll add the emoji, which emoji user selects, so that emoji icon as well. Then we'll add the current cover or cover URL, I will say, and for this cover URL we'll say cover image. We'll add image only, makes sense, right? Then we'll add created by, who created this. Okay, that user's name we want to add it. Now let's get the username first. So we'll add constant user is equal to use user. So with the help of Clerk user hook, we can get the user's email ID. So here we'll add user dot primary email address dot email address in order to get the user's email address. Then we want to add ID of the document, so I will add just ID as a document ID, and most important thing, the organization ID. Now here for the organization ID, there are two ways that we can do it. First, for the organization ID, right, whether if the user selected as the organization, then obviously we'll put the organization ID, okay, like this. So obviously we need to get that first, is equal to use auth, okay. But if the organization ID is not there, then we'll simply put the user's email ID, okay. And obviously when we fetch the data, right, we are fetching depends on the organization ID. So even though it's an email or it's a what will say organization ID, it doesn't matter, but only thing that first we'll check with the organization ID. If it's there, use that one, otherwise use the user's email ID, okay. And I think that's all, okay. That's all we needed for now. You can add more details like date, when it added, and all of these things. And once it's get added, we just need to route it to the new screen, okay. So here we'll say constant log data inserted, just we'll write, okay, because we don't have a new screen yet. And also I'm going to add a new state, so we'll call constant loading comma set loading is equal to use state. So whenever we click on this create workspace, right, we'll set the loading as a true. Initially we'll make it as a false, and then once it's created, we'll set the loading as a false, okay. Here I will write documentation like use to create new workspace and save data in database, okay, to be very straightforward. Now this on create workspace, we need to call on the click of this create button. So here we'll say on click, and you can just call like this, okay. So on click method will call this on create workspace method. Also we want to disable this button when, so here I will add a condition or the loading is true, okay. And we can also add the loading indicator. So here I will add if loading is true, and then I will just simply going to add a loader. So if you see, we have different icon, right, you can use any of them. And for this one I will add the TailwindCSS class called animate spin, okay. So it will actually spin your component, okay. So obviously this is icon, so it will actually spin it, and if your loading is false, then it will not spin. I think that's good enough. Here I will just give margin left to, let's say 2, okay, some space between this create and all. I think we are good on this one. Now let's test this out. So let's go back to our application, refresh the screen, and here let's change the cover. So we'll select this cover, click update, then you can even select the emoji icon, let's say this one, and here we'll say project idea, okay, and then simply click create. Now if you see, we have this beautiful indicator and it's now inserted, so that's it's again come to the default state. But if you go to the inspect panel and go to the console, you will see the text call, sorry, the inside console will have the console text called data inserted. Let's go back to our application and search for the collection name called workspace. See, we have this new collection name called workspace. Inside this we have the new data, and boom, we have the cover image created by emoji and all of this thing. How cool it is, right? So that's how guys you can get this all the information and it is get inserted into your database. Now obviously as soon as it get inserted, we want to redirect it to a new screen, okay. So let's create that new screen, and here we'll create a dynamic route. Now let me explain that one. So let's say once you navigate it, right, you want to go to this workspace slash and some ID. Let's say you want to the you can say document ID, right? So this ID will be changing, we're gonna change every time this ID will be different, right? Like the first thing is 2, then 2, 3, 4, and so on, right? Every time it's different, so it's called a dynamic route, okay, because it's not fixed. So in order to create a dynamic route, first thing, let's go to this routes, then add a new folder. Here we'll say workspace, Then inside the workspace, we want to add a dynamic route or dynamic folder, and this folder will start with the square bracket. Here you can give the ID, let's say document ID, and then click enter, and inside this one you will simply add the page.jsx file. Okay, now add the default template, and here we'll say workspace. That's it. I think that's good enough, and save it. Now whenever you create a document, we are going to navigate to this workspace document ID screen. So here first thing we need to add a router. So here we'll add constant router is equal to use router from the next/navigation. Okay, and then we are programmatically going to route it. So simply we'll say router dot replace. When you can use push, but when you push right and on the click of back button, it will again jump to the create workspace page, but we don't want that way. We are going to use replace. When we say replace, it will actually replace your create workspace with a new page, and when you click back, it will go back to the dashboard page and not on the create workspace page. And here simply we'll add the route called workspace slash and the document ID. So here we'll have doc ID, right? And if you see how I added this one, workspace and this doc ID, we already have that one, right? So that one we just added over here. Now we don't need this console anymore, so I will remove it and then save it. Now let's create another workspace. So here I will go, let's refresh the screen once, and let's change the cover. Let's add an emoji, and here we'll say developers projects and click create. Now we have loading. As soon as loading is done, it will redirect it to a workspace page. And if you see now, this time the routing will be workspace slash and the document ID. How cool, right? So that's how guys you can navigate from one page to another, but along with that you also learn how can we add the data inside our Firebase Firestore. Okay, perfect. If you have any question, any doubt until this point, let me know in the comment section. Now once we create this workspace, right, and obviously if you remember, we are navigating to this ID as well. Okay, and this is the obviously workspace ID, but after that we want to navigate to a dynamic route again, but in this case it will be the document ID. So here is thing, once we have the workspace, under the workspace you can create a multiple document, right? So under the one workspace, it can be a one document, it can be a two or more than 2, 3, 4, whatever, right? And obviously if you have two workspace, again on second workspace as well, you have multiple documents. So the question is, how can we implement in the form of routing, right? So simply we're gonna add the workspace or workspace ID, as well as then we're gonna add the document ID. Okay, each document has a unique ID, and that ID we are gonna add it. So this is nothing but an nested dynamic route. Okay, nested dynamic route, or it also called as a multi-level dynamic route. Okay, so let's implement that one. It's quite easy. Only thing that you need to do now, if I go to this route, we have this work page, the document ID. So here I think we can rename this to, instead of document, we can call it as a workspace ID. And under this workspace ID, I will remove this page.jsx file, and then we'll create a new folder again, and we can call it as a document ID. Okay, and now inside this document ID, we will have page.jsx file. Now let's add a default template. Here we'll say workspace document. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, right, so in this case, if you see, we have for error, but if you type some document ID, then it will redirect it to a workspace document, and that's what we need, because we need this workspace ID as well as we also need the document ID. Okay, now The question is when we are going to create document. When we create the workspace, we are also going to add one more record inside the workspace document collection. So we are going to create a new collection. So as soon as we create the workspace, which is the obviously default one, here simply before routing to the new screen, right here we'll simply add that particular new documents inside the document collection. So before that one, I will just replace the document ID. We'll call it as a workspace ID. Okay, just little bit meaningful, and here I will also replace it. Okay, and then we'll create a new method. We'll say await set document, and inside this one we'll add a doc, we'll add db reference, comma, we'll say workspace documents, comma, and then we'll create a new document ID. Now in this case document ID little bit different, so for that one I'm going to use UUID4 library. Okay, so it will give you a unique ID. So let me add it here. So we'll say doc ID is equal to UUID4. Okay, so this will give you some random ID, and which is again in the form of string, and this doc ID will add it here, make sure we'll convert it into a string, and then we'll add the all the information. Let's say first thing you need to add the workspace ID, from which workspace is it belong to. So this workspace ID we're gonna attach to it. Then who created it, so I will just copy this created by. Then we'll add the cover image. So cover image, it will be a null initially, and the emoji also it will be null initially. Okay, so this is a default document which we are going to add. Then we'll add an ID as a doc ID. After this the organization ID, which is not required because it's come under the same workspace. And the last is document output. So here we'll say document output, and initially it will be the empty, okay, kind of array of string. And for now I think that's enough. If you want to add more, you can add it later on as well, and I think we are good for now. Let's save it. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete this collection for now, just to I want everything to be clean. So I will delete this collection, and let's create a newly workspace. Okay, so let's go to the dashboard first. Then here we have create new workspace. We'll change the cover. Let me select this one, and then we'll add the workspace name. Here we'll say developer team. Okay, here you can select the emoji which you want. So I will select this home emoji, and then simply click create. Now if you see, we have this beautiful loading indicator, but if you see, we got the 404 error because this is not a route. Okay, the route is something like this, correct? So obviously we forgot to add the newly document ID. So here we'll say doc ID, and then save it. I think now in this case it will work. Let's create a new workspace. We'll say developer team 1, add emoji, change cover, and click create, and boom, if you see, now we redirect to a workspace document where we have workspace, we have the workspace ID, and then we have this document ID. Obviously this information is also you will find inside this Firebase Firestore, and if I refresh it, you will see inside the workspace document we have this document created. Okay, so with some basic information. And then we have workspace, which is newly created workspace as well, and each workspace document you will find it here. So when we want to fetch all the documents belong to that workspace ID, you can just fetch it with the help of this workspace ID as well. How cool, right? So that's how you can add the workspace document routing. That's the reason I created this particular section. Now as soon as we create this workspace document, right, and we have this information, now we also need to import, or we also need to create one more document in a new collection called document output. In that one we'll save the actual document information. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and inside this create workspace, once we create this document, we'll also create one more document. So here we'll say await set doc, because this particular document when we are creating only when we are creating a new document. Here we'll say doc. Inside that we'll provide the DB reference. Then we'll say document output, comma, and the document ID will be the same ID we are going to keep it. So I will copy this document ID as the document ID, make sure it is the string, and then we'll add the information. So here we'll add the doc ID as a doc ID, and then I think we can add the document output is equal to empty. Okay, so this much information, I think for now we are good. If you need any more information, we can add it here. Okay, but make sure you will add the document output. I will just say output, okay, instead of put everything, because document output we already have the collection name, and I think we are good to go. Let's save this one and let's go back to our application. Go to the workspace. Here we'll create a new, okay, so we need to go to the dashboard. Here we'll create a new workspace, add some emoji. We'll say new workspace with doc, and change some and click create. As soon as it create, it will redirect it. Now just make sure you will see new collection called document output with this document ID and the output. Okay, perfect. So that's the thing we need to add. Now, as we know that we are on the workspace screen, where we have this workspace ID and then we have this document ID which we already saving. Now on this page we are going to add two sections. One is the side navigation bar, on which we are going to add logo. Then we have this notification bell icon. Obviously we are going to implement the notification feature as well. Then we have this workspace name and the button. So this button will help us to create a new document to a database, and then it will also update this document list without refreshing the screen. So we're gonna learn how can we update the list in a real time. Okay, so that's the reason we are going to use a Firebase real-time database. Then at the bottom we're going to show how many files user created, and for a free tier we are going to only we are allow a user to create only 5 file. Okay, and then on the right hand side we are going to add the rich text editor, which is a very modern one, similar like the Microsoft look. Okay, but first thing first, we need to first create this side navigation bar, and then we need to create a right side space for the documentation. Now here the first thing we need to do is to display this information, and then we need to fetch this information. Okay, so let's go back to our application and let's display the some UI elements which you want to show on the side navigation bar. But obviously we need to add the space for the side navigation bar as well. So over here I will add a div. So this div we're gonna add it for the SideNav, and another div we're gonna add it for the document. Okay, now for the side navigation bar, let's create a new component. So under the workspace I'm going to create a component, the folder called underscore components, and inside this we'll add SideNav.jsx, add the default template and save it. Now let's import this side nav over here. So I'll put the side navigation and save. So you can directly mention the width and height for the side navigation bar over here only. So I will give the I will put the width when the screen size is medium. So we'll put the width of 72. Okay, otherwise I will hide this side navigation bar. And for the document I will add a class name, and here when the screen size is medium I will put the margin left to 72. Here I will just write document and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see this particular space for the side navigation bar. Now let's go to this side navigation bar, and inside here I will add a class name. Here I will make height to be screen. I will make it fixed. Okay, and let's save this one. Let's see how it looks. Let me refresh this once. I don't know, SideNav is not showing on the screen. Make sure it is imported. Okay, so maybe let's do one thing. Either you can define this information over here, over here, or let me remove this one completely, and I will define directly into this side navigation bar. So I will put the height of the screen. I will put the width of 72 for the medium screen. When it is small, I will hide it, but when it's a medium, I will just show it as a block. Let's save this one and see the side navigation bar. Make it fixed. Okay, so it will be fixed, and then you will also see the documents. Okay, then we're gonna add the background to be blue. Maybe we'll add a background of 50. Perfect. And if you see on the left hand side, you will see this light blue color. Perfect. Next we need to add the logo, and now we know that we already have the logo component which we created inside this underscore component, so we can directly use that one. So here I will add a div. Inside that we'll add a logo and save it, and now you will see the logo showing on the screen. After this we want to add the node bell icon, so here I will add a bell icon from the Lucid React simply and save it, and now we have this beautiful bell icon as well. Let's bring everything in one line. Also for this bell icon I will add the height of 5, width of 5, and text is of gray color. And for this div we'll add a class name, make it flex, and we'll make justify between and item to be in the center. Also we are going to add some padding, so I'll add the padding to this complete div as a padding to, let's say, 5. Okay, and we'll add a shadow medium as well. Perfect. Below this I'm going to add a border, so we'll add a horizontal line, and to this horizontal line I will add a class name margin y to, let's say, 5. Okay, so if you see we have this light color border. That's, I think, enough. Next, as per the mockup, right, we need to show this workspace name and this plus icon. So simply I'm going to add a div. Inside div we'll add a h2 tag, and we'll simply say workspace name. After this I will add a button, so we'll add a button and we'll add a plus icon to this one. For this h2 tag we'll add a class name, we'll make font medium up and save it. For this button I will add a class name. I think it's already small. Let's see how it looks on the screen. I think this is good. I will just try to make it small, so I will provide the size as a small, and let's bring everything in one line. So let me put it inside one div again like this, so I can apply class name flex, justify between, and then item to be in the center. Perfect. Okay, after this, as I told you, that we need to show the list of document. Now first we need to get this list of document, right? Now in order to get the list of document, we need to fetch the all the document from the Firebase. But if you know, we are going to fetch all the document which belong to selected or given workspace ID, right? So if you see, we have this workspace ID for each of these documents. So let's go back, and over here if you see, we have this workspace ID inside this URL, as well as we also have this document ID. Now the question is how to get this information. So the NextJS is providing us one hook called use param. So simply we are going to use that use param hook. So here first we need to make this component as a client side, and then here you will write constant params, or not here actually. Actually we don't need to use any hook Here we'll just use the params, something like this. Okay, you have to destructurize these params and then you will directly use it. Let me console it for you first and let me show you what is included this inside these params. Okay, let's save this one and go back to our application. So right now let me go to the inspect panel and inside the console. So right now we are getting undefined because we are inside the component. Let me remove this from here and let me try it inside the use effect. Maybe it might help. So here we'll say params and let console this params value. Maybe it's yeah, if you see it's not working inside the component, so maybe we need to define this parameter inside the actual page.jsx. So go to this page.jsx and I will add this use effect over here and I will add the params as well, and let me just console this one. Okay, so if I console this and refresh it, I'm not sure why still it's not showing. So I added this use effect now, and make sure to add it as a use client because we are using this use effect, and let's import this use effect as well. Okay, so this is just for the to display purpose. Okay, I'm just showing this parameter value. If I save this one and let me refresh the screen, and now if you see we got this information. Now inside this information you will see the document ID, which is the what we pass over here. Okay, and then the workspace ID, which is nothing but this one. Now this particular field name is nothing but the one which we gave the folder name. Okay, so that's how you can access the document ID and workspace ID through this parameter. Now if I remove this one, that doesn't matter, but to this side navigation bar you can just pass this parameter value as a param. That's all. And now if I go to this side navigation bar, and here I will accept it as a params. Okay, let's save this one and let's save this one as well. Now once we have that parameter value, here we are going to write a method. We'll call it as a constant get document list, and here we'll add arrow function like this. Now inside this one we need to get the document list, but not only we are getting document list, but we have to make sure that whenever we add a new document to our document list, we have to get it automatically without refreshing the data. Okay, and obviously depends on the workspace ID, we need to fetch all the documents. So first thing we'll add constant here. We'll add a query because we need to write a query on that one. So here we'll say query from the Firebase. Then we need to provide the collection name. Inside that we need to provide the DB reference from the Firebase config. Then we need to provide the collection name, which is the workspace document. Just make sure, yeah, it's documents with a S. And then we have to write a condition. So here we'll give comma and we'll simply write where on which field. So the workspace ID, make sure the field name is correct. So it's a S with capital, small only, ID is capital. Okay, then comma, then you have to provide the operator. So we need a is equal to operator because we, depends on the workspace ID we need to fetch, right? And here we'll simply add parameters dot workspace ID. Okay, so this is the value is nothing but this particular value. Okay, once we have this query ready, now here we need to write constant unsubscribe. If you want to subscribe this particular snapshot, here we have the method called on snapshot. Okay, so this on snapshot will give you or get it all the latest data whenever your document get updated. Okay, it will just call automatically, and here we need to pass the query, and then it will just simply return the query snapshot. So I will just write query snapshot, the arrow function, and simply we'll write query snapshot dot for each document, and we'll iterate this each of the document. So currently I will just console this doc dot data. Okay, and we'll see whether we are getting the document or not. Now this get document list we need to call inside the use effect. So we'll call the use effect and we'll simply add this get document list. Make sure we'll call this get document list whenever the parameter is available. Okay, then only we will call it. And I think we are good here. I will just write a documentation use to get document list. Okay, now let's save it, and inside the console we'll see whether we are getting a document or not. So if you see, we did not get any document. So okay, so here is thing. If I go back to our application, the workspace ID is of type number. Okay, and the one which we are passing is of type string. So what you need to do, you just need to convert this into a number like this, and let's save it and let's see whether we got it or not. And if you see, wow, we got the document ID, and if you see, we got the two document. I think we have these two documents, so that's the reason we got the two documents. Okay, and if you see, the workspace ID is same, and I think that's good. Let me check the workspace ID of both the. Okay, so right now if you see, workspace ID of this one is only one document, so that's the reason it's showing only one document. This is just a duplicate data if you see this ID. Okay, that's because this get document list called two times. Okay, and we can avoid this one. So in order to avoid, because whenever what happen in NextJS, sometimes the use effect we get called two times. So in order to avoid it, go to this next.config.js file, and here just pass react strict mode as a true, and then save it and restart your application and run it again. So it's make sure it is false, okay, and not a true. So make sure that one. And now if you see, we only got the one document because that's only one document is belong to that workspace ID. That's pretty good, right? Now let's go back to side navigation, and now we need to display the list of the documents. Okay, so either you can just write your code over here, or you can create a new document, a new component for it to display the list of documents. So first thing, we need to save this document list. So here I will say document list comma set document list is equal to use state, and we need to append this each of the document list because we are inside the for loop. So here we'll simply add set document list, which is equal to previous document. Here we'll add document list of document, inside the bracket we add document list comma dot, sorry, so this need to be a dot 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 because this is the spread operator, and then we'll add doc dot data. Okay, so we are just, it's kind of pushing the each element into the array, right? So this kind of thing, and I think we are good over here. Okay, I will remove this console and then save it. Now let's iterate each of this document list. So here we are going to show the document list, and for this one I am going to create a new component. So I will create a component called document list.jsx, add a default template and save it. Now simply we'll import this document list component over here. It's just to make sure our application is much smoother, and the code, we don't want to put all the code in one file, right? So it's always better if you create and divide your application in smaller component. Now to this document list we need to pass the document list as a document list. Go to document list, make sure to get the restructurize your document list. It's need to be D with a capital small, and save both the files. Now let's display each or iterate our document list. So over here I will use document list dot map. So here we add doc comma index, the arrow function, and inside this I will add a div Now inside div, we'll add one more div. Now first thing, we need to add a document name. So here I will add the h2 tag and we'll simply show doc dot document name. Okay, and save it. Make sure we are passing the document name. If you see that currently we don't have the field called document name. So whenever we create a document, right? So if I go to the create workspace where we have a logic to add a document, right? Here I will also add document name and I will provide as a untitled document. So this particular field I'm going to pass, and this is a default field when we create the document very first time. Okay, so currently in our database we don't have that field for this particular record, so I will just add over here, and default I will add untitled document. Okay, so this is the field. Obviously we are going to add it from the next time because we already updated our code. Now if I save it and go back to our application and refresh it, you will see the text called untitled document, and this error is because we did not provide the key property. So for this div we'll add a key as an index, and now we also have document name. Over here I'm going to add an image. Okay, and we provide the source. Now over here I already have one image called loop document.svg. This is a svg file. You can get it from the source code as well, and I will keep the link of the source code in the description. Now over here I will just add the file called loop document.svg. For that one I'm going to add a width of 20 and height is of 20 and save it. Now if you see, we have this loop document icon or logo, whatever you say. Let me close this tab, and now let's bring everything in one line. So here I will add a class name, make it flex, and gap of 2, item to be in the center, and save it. Perfect. Next, if the document has an emoji, because we also have the field called emoji, if the document have the field emoji, that also we are going to show. Okay, so doc.emoji, if it's there, just show it, and here I will add a class name, make it flex, gap of 2. And if the emoji is there, then we don't want to show this loop document image, so here we'll say document.emoji, and if it's not there, then don't show this one. Okay, if emoji is not there, then show the image, otherwise it will show the emoji as well. Okay, and let me go back, and if you see, we have this document. Now let's add some styling to this one. So for this div I'm going to add a class name. Here we'll add a margin top to 3, then we'll add a padding of 2, and on hover, or also we are adding padding x to 3. Then on hover we are going to add a background is of gray color of 200. Okay, and we'll make a corner to be large, then we'll make a cursor pointer and save it. So if I hover on this one, see how the effect is coming. Okay, also if we need to check which file is selected from this ID. Okay, from the ID we can just show that this particular document is selected. So for that one we need to add a conditional styling. So simply wrap this whole class name inside the curly braces with this particular tag or quote, and remove this single quote, and then simply write a condition. So I will add a $. Here we'll say item dot id if it matches with the params dot document id. That's all, and then we'll add a styling to this one. So here we'll say background to be white. So simply because each of the document has their own ID, and that ID is matches with the document ID which is active one, then we are going to show background as a white. And we have one error. Okay, so we don't have an item, this need to be a doc, and if you so okay, I don't know why okay, so we need to pass the params as well. So make sure from the side navigation bar we also pass the params as a params. Okay, so because we need to pass the parameter value, and let's see. And now if you see, this one is selected, that's why the background is showing as a white. How cool, right? So that's how you can show this document. Now next thing, whenever user click on this plus sign, we need to add a new document with the default credential. Okay, so we already have the code for that one. So if I go to this create workspace where we are adding this default document, right? Copy this everything as it is. I will also copy this routing and everything, and let's go back to the create document logic. So inside the side navigation bar we have this button, right? Plus button. So over here I will add this new method. We'll say create new document, and I will paste this code. Okay, so it use await, make sure it is async. Now it's quite simple. Make sure you have all the field and all the dependencies imported. So we'll generate the document ID, then make sure to import this set doc, this particular doc, and the DB reference, which is already have. Then the collection name, we have to make sure that document ID is in the form of string. Then we'll pass this workspace ID, which is the number. So make sure it is a number. Then created by, then user information we need it. So we'll get this user information from the Clerk hook, call use user. And then once we have this email ID, the cover image, emoji, and everything is as it is. The ID is nothing but this document ID. And obviously I'm not going to put the document output over here, but for now I will keep as it is. Now this method create new document. Okay, now this create new document method, we are going to call it when user click on this plus icon. So here we'll say on click, and we'll simply call this method. Now we'll set the loading state as well. So here we'll say constant loading comma set loading is equal to use state, and we'll make it false initially. Now when user click on this set create new document, we'll set the loading as a true, and when the document is created, we'll set the loading as a false. As soon as new document is created, we'll just route it to the workspace. Then here will be the params dot workspace ID. So this need to be a params, actually params dot workspace ID, and same thing because we are getting the workspace ID from the parameter, right? And then the document ID. I think we need to import the router as well. So simply add the router is equal to use router from the next/navigation. And I think we are good place. And now only last thing we need to do, we need to show the loading indicator if the loading is true. So here I will add the loader icon. I will add a class name. Here I will add a height of 4, width of 4, and then I will put animate to be spin. Otherwise I am going to show a plus icon. I will remove this plus sign, because if the loading is false, then it will show plus text. Let's save this one. Let's go back to our application, and if you see right now we only have one document. Now if I click on this plus icon, you will see this loading indicator, and boom, if you see now we have the second document. If I click again, see we have the third document, right? How cool. This particular, if you see that we have that effect, right? When we add it, it's showing multiple files. That's because when we get the documents, we have to make sure the document list is empty. Okay, and then save it. And now if I try to create a new one, see it immediately create a new one as well. And if I click on any of this one, right, we have to make sure that it will also clickable and it is selectable, and also we will change this path as well. So it's quite easy. If I go to the document list component, and here we'll add on click method. Okay, to this on click method we can add a route to the new screen. So simply you can add the constant router is equal to use router from the next/navigation, and here I will add the router dot push, and here we'll say /workspace/ the workspace ID, which is we can get it from the params dot workspace ID plus / and document ID, right? So that is also from the doc.id, because we need to navigate to the current selected document, right? Something like this. Let's save it and let's test this out. Now if I click on this second document, if you see the second document is selected, and not only that, it's route to the second document, it's point to do the second document, and same way you can select any of this document. Okay, perfect. So that's how you can add the or fetch the documents, as well as you can select the document which you want to work on. Now next thing, we are going to add an icon so that we can get something like this. So if you see this icon, and we are going to show some option to that one as well. So for that one, I will add a new component. We'll say document options.jsx, add a default template and save it. Now to this document option, first let's go over here and I will just import it over here. We'll say document options component and save it. Now let's go to this document option, and over here I'm going to add the more vertical icon, this particular icon, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see this 3-dot icon. Let's add some height and width for that one. So here I will add a class name. I'll add a height of 4, width of 4, and from this document list I will make this as a flex for this div, and we'll just make justify between an item to be in the center, so that icon will be on the right hand side. Perfect. Now on the click of this one, we need to show the option menu. Okay, so let's go to this chat.cn UI, and inside that we have this drop down menu component. Now if I click on this button, if you see, we have this beautiful drop down. Similar kind of drop down we need to implement. So first thing, you need to import this or install this component so that we can use it. So inside the terminal, just paste this command, so it will install the drop down menu, and go to this drop down option, copy this import statement first, let's add it here, and then copy this example code and simply paste it here. Now if you see, in order to open the dialog, the drop down menu, this is the trigger, right? The open text. Now we want, on the click of this menu, we want to open this, so I will just paste it here. So if I save it, now if I go back to our application, you will see on the click of this one, now it will open this menu, and if you see how beautiful it's looking, right? Now let's edit this one. So we don't want this label and separator, we'll remove this. Here the first option will be share link, then here we'll say rename, and I will add delete. You can add more option if you want. Okay, let's remove this one and save it. Make sure everything is looking good. See, you can even add the icon. For example, if you say you want to add icon, so here I will add a link. I don't know how link to icon will look like. Let's see. Now if you see, we have this link to icon. Obviously I'm going to change the height and width, so I will add a height of 4, width of 4, and for this item I will add a class name. We'll make it flex, gap of 2. Same thing, let me bring this down. I will just copy everything as it is, so that I will add it for the rename, and I will add it for the delete as well. Only thing, okay, so here I will change this to a trash icon, trash 2, and I don't know for the, okay, so for trash 2 need to be to this one, and here I will add a pen box maybe, and save it, and let's see how it looks. So if I click on this one, if you see, we have these 3 icons: rename, delete, and share link. Even though you can also change the color of this text as well. Okay, now if I just write text to be in the red for the trash icon, right? You are just showing that this is a warning message. And if I click on this one, you will see the delete option now in the form of red color. It's a red color, right? Perfect. So this is how we can show the documents, and quite easy. Obviously this all functionality we are going to implement later on. Now next thing, we are going to add the progress bar at the bottom. So in order to add a progress bar, we can directly add it into the side navigation. Let me go back. Yeah, let's add it here only. So let's add progress bar, and we're going to add a div. And now in order to add a progress bar, we are going to use a Shatcn progress bar component. So if I scroll down, you will see the progress, and this is how it looks. See, in order to use it, just first install this progress bar component, and this is just a simple use case, so it's quite easy to use. And inside this div, I will paste this progress bar and import this progress. Also this is just a value how much progress is completed, right? That value we are providing. Let's save it and go back to our application, and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful progress bar showing on the screen. Now we want this progress bar at the bottom, so simply add a class name. Here we'll make it as an absolute, okay? And we want at the bottom, so we'll add a bottom maybe on 10, and we'll add the width of maybe, let's say, 95%, and save it. 95 is going out of screen. Let's add 85. I think this is good. See, and that's how our progress bar will look like. Okay, now to this progress bar, I'm going to add some more text. So here I'm going to add h2 tag, and we'll simply say 5 out of 5 files used. For this 5, I will add a strong tag, and here as well I will add a strong tag and save it. Now this particular value is nothing but the document list name, length. So here I will add document list dot length and save it. Now if I go back, you will see we created the 4 files, and it's showing 4 out of 5 files used. Okay, here I will add a class name. We'll make text smaller, and we'll make text regular. We'll add a font. We'll change the font light. Perfect. This look good to me, right? And we'll add a margin y to 2. Also, I'm going to add one more text. I will just copy the existing one, and here I will replace everything, and we'll just say upgrade your plan for unlimited access, and save it. See, perfect, right? Even though if you did not give margin over here, that's completely fine. Perfect. Now depends on number of files, we need to calculate how much progress or we need to calculate the value for this progress bar. Okay, now over here inside this document creation, so inside the side navigation, we also have to make sure we are gonna create a new document with the document output. Okay, so if you remember, we already added this inside the create workspace. So this particular logic, we'll just paste it over here. Okay, so nothing we need to change because we already have the document ID and all of this information. Okay, so here first we create the actual document, and then we'll also create the document output. Let's save it and let's test this out. So just for the sake, I'm going to delete all of this workspace document, delete it, and let's create a newly. Okay, so if I click create on this one, you will see a new document is get created. Not only that, but if I refresh this screen now, you will see the document output, and here we have the new document with this document ID. That document ID, you will find it over here. Okay, so if you see, this is a 6C9D. Let's see, we have the 6C9D. Okay, and inside that we're gonna keep actual rich text editor information, whatever the output which we are going to add or whatever document we write it will store in that particular folder. So next we'll see how can we implement that rich text editor and how can we save that whatever the user add the input or write something on a document that we are going to store inside our document output collection. Now depends on to calculate this particular progress depends on the number of file created. It's quite simple. First thing you need to write a logic. So document list dot length is a kind of formula divided by the maximum file. Okay, so if they have 3 file divided by 5 file into 100 because we want to calculate the percentage, and then save it. That's all. If I go back now and if you see I created the 5 files and that's the reason it's show full. But if I delete any of the file, let's go to this let's refresh the screen and we have the workspace documents. Let's delete some of the documents. Let's say we delete this document, and if I go back to the screen, if you see now we have the 4 document, right? Now if I add new one, see automatically it's added new document as well as it also updated our progress bar. Now once we reach to the maximum file creation, right, we need to avoid user to create a new file, and we want to show some kind of alert dialog that you cannot create a new file, you need to upgrade it, right? So in order to write a condition, let's go to this create document, and here we'll add a condition if document list dot length is greater than equal to maximum file. So here we have maximum file which we define that constant, then we'll return nothing. And now if I try to create new one, see nothing is happening, right? But in the same time we need to show some kind of alert box. So let's save it. So for that one, let's go to this chat.cn and search for this sonar. So sonar is act like a toast message. If you see this example like this, same thing we are going to implement. So first thing we need to import this sonar component into your project, and then once it installed inside the root layout, we need to add this toaster component and make sure it is importing from this components /ui /sonar. So let's go to this root layout, and inside this root layout, inside this body tag, let's add about the children and paste it here like this. Make sure to import this and then save it. Now wherever you want to use, you can just use this toast message. So let me close this and let me close and go to this SideNav where we are creating this document, and here we want to show the toast message. So make sure to import this toast message from the sonar only, and here we'll say upgrade to add new file and save it. Let me go back to our application, and if I try to create it now, if you see on the bottom side we got this toast message saying upgrade to add a new file. Okay, you can even add the buttons as well. If you see this example, in this example they added the button, and if you want to know how the code, you can just go over here and you will see this information. Now let's implement this one as well. So copy this line of code and simply paste it here. Okay, so you have the description here. You can say you reach max file, please upgrade for unlimited file creation. So label you can here say upgrade, and on the click you can even navigate to the upgrade page. Right now we don't have that page, so we'll keep as it is and save it. Now if I go back to our application and try to create a new one, see we have this beautiful toast message saying upgrade to add a new file. Perfect. Okay, so that's how guys you can limit user to create any more new file. Obviously later on in this course we're gonna learn how to delete this particular file. Or let's implement this delete operation right now only. So in order to implement this delete operation, first you need to know how to delete it. So just search for on the Google Firebase delete document, and you can see this Firebase documentation in order to delete the document. And if you see, this is a one line code to delete the document. Okay, so copy this one, go back to your application, and where you have that document list, let's go to this document list, and inside here you can implement this method. So here we'll say constant delete document and the arrow function. Here you just paste this await delete doc. Make sure to import this delete doc, the document, and the DB reference. Here we need to provide the collection name. So our collection name is Workspace Documents, and here we need to provide the document ID. So that document ID we can get it when user click on the document. Okay, so here we'll pass as a doc ID. Then as we are using await, make sure we'll change this to async. And if you scroll down, so on the click of this document option, right? So here we need to, I think we can add on document option, but if I go to this document option, here you can add on click event. So here I will add on click event to this menu item, and here we'll say delete document. Also we need to know which document we are deleting, right? So to this document option we are going to pass each document information. Okay, so from this document list we just pass the document information as a doc, because we are reiterating that information, right? And let's save it, go to this document option. Now we have the document information, just simply pass document ID to that one, and we'll pass delete document to the parent component from here. Okay, don't be confused if I'm fast, let me know in the comment section. So from the next video I will be slow, but let's see. From the one user click on this delete document, we are just simply calling delete document. This particular method we are passing back to the parent component, which is the document list, and here I will accept that delete document. Here we'll pass the doc ID, and then we'll call this delete document method, and to this delete document method I will pass the document ID like this, and simply it will delete the document. Okay, and automatically it will refresh the data as well. Now over here you can even show the alert or some kind of dialog before deleting the record. And once the document deleted, you can even write a toast message saying document deleted. Okay, as I told you that you can also add the alert dialog before confirming it. Okay, and save everything. Let's go back to our application and let's test this out. If I go over here, click delete, and boom, if you see, the document deleted immediately. Okay, if I want to delete it, document deleted, also our progress bar is updated. Okay, so not only that, but obviously in the Firebase as well, now you will see only 3 documents. So until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section, because there are a lot of things that we are going to implement in this particular application. Now in this section we are going to implement the text editor or document editor, where on the top section we are going to show this header along with the user profile icon on the left side, then the share button and the organization switcher option. Okay, so and below that we have the cover image, where user can update the cover image for the given documents, then the emoji picker, and then the file name as well. So user can edit the file name. As soon as you edit this file name, we have to make sure all of these 3 elements get updated into the database as well. So let's go back to our application. Let me close all of these tabs first, and inside this page.jsx under the workspace we have this document section. Right now for this document section I'm going to create a new component under this workspace underscore components, and we can call it as a document editor section .jsx. Add the default template and save it. Now this particular document we will add over here. So we set document editor section and save it. Now inside this document editor section, as I explained already, right, as per the mockup, at the top we are going to show header. Then after this we are going to show cover image, then emoji picker, then we have the file name, and then last the rich text editor or document editor. Okay, so let's create a component for the header. So inside this underscore component we are going to create a new component. We can call it as a document header .jsx, and then add the default template. Let's save this one and simply add this component over here. So we can call it as a document header and save it. Now inside this document header, the three things we need to show. So one is the organization in the middle, then share button and the user profile. On the left side we don't have anything. If you want to show something you can, but right now we'll keep it as empty. Then we want to show organization switcher from the Clerk NextJs, this particular component we imported. Then we want to show the share button, so I will add a button component, and here we'll say share. And then we also want to show the user profile image with the help of the Clerk user button. Now for this one I will add a class name, make it flex gap of 2, and for all of this item we add a class name, make it flex, and simply say justify between. I will also make item to be in the center. If I go back to our application, let me refresh this once, and then you will see this header section. Now let's give some padding. So simply I'm going to add a padding of, let's say, 5, and let's add a 3, and we'll add padding X to 7. Okay, we'll simply add some shadow effect. Let's see how it looks. I think this is much better. Now here obviously currently we are not in the organization mode, it's a personal mode, but anytime if you switch to the organization mode, right, you have option to switch it from here as well. Then this share button actually help us to share the document, and this user profile icon where you can manage your account and all. Next we want to show this cover. Now for this cover component we already have that component ready, right? And in order to show this all of these 3 items, we can create a new component and we can keep all of these 3 components into that one, and we can call it as a document info.jsx. Add the default template. Let's save this one, and simply I will copy these 3 things and we'll paste it over here, and then make sure to import this document info this particular component and save. Now inside this document info, first thing we need to show the cover. Now for the cover it's simply the cover picker which we already have, right, this component. So that component we are going to use. Now inside this cover picker we need to simply show the image, and we need to give option to select the image. If you remember, we already have that particular component. So if you go to this create workspace where we have this cover picker, I will just copy the middle part of this cover picker, okay, and then make sure to import this image component. Then in order to provide this cover image, let's define the state called cover image, set cover image is equal to use state, and by default we will show the local image, okay, so which is the abstract.png, which is similar way that we already define. Okay, so it's just a cover.png. I will just paste it here as a cover.png, and I think we already imported the image as well. And let's save this one. Now if I go back to our application, you will see this cover image, and you have option to change the image as well. If you see, we already have that component ready, so we just use it in our application, because we don't need to write any code, right? Because we already have that component ready made. Next, we have to make sure we will implement this set new cover method. So here we'll just set the cover image as a cover. Perfect, and save it. Now if I go over here, change the cover, if I replace and select this one, and immediately it will update it. You can here change the height, let's say 220 or 200. I think this is good. Next, as per the mockup, we want to show this emoji icon, which is on the half on the cover side and half on the below of the cover. So let's add that one too. So under this emoji picker, we'll add emoji picker, and inside this I will just copy the code which we already have inside this create workspace, where we already added this emoji picker, right? We'll copy this line of code like this, okay, and let's change this to a div, and we don't want any variant. Here I will add a class name, and we can put some transparent background. So in this case I want to give my own color code, so I will add the custom color code. So here this is the color code, I'm going to add it, and we'll add a padding of 4 to this one, and we'll make rounded as medium. Okay, and make sure to define the emoji. So constant emoji comma set emoji is equal to use state, and we already install. Okay, make sure to import this smile plus, and for this one as well I'm going to change the height and width, and we'll make the text is of gray color. Let's save this one and let's see how it looks. So okay, so it's just showing the emoji picker directly, and okay, so here make sure this is a emoji picker component and not the emoji picker. So I will just update that one accordingly. So we don't want this emoji picker, because we are using our own custom component. And if you see, we have this emoji picker, and if I click on it, it will give us this effect. Okay, obviously we are getting error one because we click on this in any emoji icon, because we did not set the emoji yet. But before that, I will just wrap this emoji picker component inside the div, and then we'll add class name as absolute. So we'll make absolute position, and we'll add margin left to 10. So let's go. Okay, then also we are going to add margin top to minus 20 pixel, because we want to on the top of this one. See, let's add 40. I think this is much better. Let's make it cursor pointer and save it. For this emoji, I will add a span tag, and here I will change the class name, and we'll change the font size, let's say, or text size to 5XL. Okay, now if I so also we forgot to add the set emoji icon. So here we'll say emoji, and we'll set the emoji value, the selected emoji value as a emoji. Let's test this out. So if I click on it and select any of these, so it's showing the text as an emoji. So this need to be emoji like this. Okay, make sure inside the curly braces. Let's try it again. Perfect. And if you see, we are getting this beautiful emoji icon. Obviously you can change, depends on your selection. You can change this cover and the emoji icon as well. Perfect. The last thing we need to do is to add the file input Okay, so user can have option to edit the input. So over here I will add a div, then we'll add a simple input is of type text. Then here I will add a placeholder as a untitled file or untitled document, and we also need to provide a default value. Okay, so whatever the value user said, so here we'll say default value, and this default value we can get it from the document information. For now I will just add untitled document and save it. If I go back, you will see that text. Let's give some styling. So for this div I will add a class name. Let's say margin top to 10 and padding is of 10. Also for this input, let's add a class name. We'll say font bold, text is of 4XL, and we don't want outline for that input. And if you see, now we have this beautiful file name. If I delete it, you will see the placeholder as well. Now as soon as you type something, right, we have to make sure it will get updated to the to our documents. Okay, and this particular file name we need to update to the workspace document, because we already have this ID, and depends on that one we need to update the document name. Now in order to get the document information, right, we need to fetch document info. So for that one, let's go to the parent component of this particular document info, which is the document editor. Inside here, to this document editor we need to get the parameters. So here we'll say params, and these params we need to pass from this document editor section. So here we'll say params and params. So from this page.jsx, which is the parent component, which is the workspace document, and here we got these params, right? These params we pass to this document editor section, and from this document editor section we'll get it, and then we'll simply pass to this document info like this. Now inside the document info we'll accept as a params, and then we'll fetch the document information. So here we'll say constant get document info, and here we'll say await. Okay, so first we need to write document reference. So here we'll say doc reference is equal to document, then the DB reference, comma the collection name, which is workspace documents, and then the document ID. So document ID we can get it from here. So we'll say params dot document ID. Once we have the reference, we'll say constant doc snap is equal to await get doc. So we are fetching just only one document, and then here we'll say document, we'll pass the document reference. Here we'll pass as a async, and simply we can write document snap dot exist, then we'll console the doc snap dot date. Now this get document info we need to call inside the use effect. Now whenever we have the params information, right, so this information whenever is available, then only we'll call our get document info method. So we need to make this as a use client. So here we'll mark it as a use client, because we are using the React hook called use effect. And here I will write use to call or use to get document info, and save it. Now if I go back to our application and go to the inspect panel, inside the console you will see that object with that document information. Right now the document ID is untitled document, right? Now this information will store in one state. So here we'll say constant document info comma set document info is equal to use state, and here we'll say set document info as docsnap dot data. Now once we have the document information, for this input we will provide we already provide the default value, but here we will replace with the actual document name. So document info dot document name and save it. Now if I go back, so right now the document info document name is an untitled document, so that's the reason it's showing as untitled document. Also we will replace with this actual emoji if its emoji is there. So for the emoji, or we can set the emoji here as well. So we'll set the emoji as docsnap.data.emoji and save it. Let's see. So we don't have emoji, so that's the reason it's showing as it is. And the same with the cover image. Okay, so we'll also change the cover image. So here only we can set the cover image. So set cover image as a docsnap data dot cover image and save it. So okay, so we have one error. Let's see what's the issue. So to fix this issue, here we'll check first whether we have the cover image or not. Okay, if the cover image is there, then only set the cover image, otherwise don't set it. And let's see, now we don't have that error. Now as soon as we have all these changes, right, we have to make sure that we'll update the our documents information, right? If I update the change the cover, we have to make sure inside our document the cover is set with that appropriate value. Same with the input and the emoji as well. So let's implement that one. So here I'm going to add a constant, and let me bring this down. So here we'll say update document info, and to this document info we'll pass key and value. Okay, so you don't need to write each different method for each of these three elements. Here we'll say await update document, and here we'll pass the DB reference, then the collection name. Now if you want to know how can we get this information, right, how to write the code, so if you see over here inside the document you will find all of this information. Now in this case, if you want to add a data or update the data, you will see inside this documentation, just search for the update document, and here you will find the information. So in order to update it, right, you can update this document with the document reference, and then you can set the value, or you can directly define it here like this. So let's do that one similar the way which mentioned in the document. So first we'll create the document reference is equal to document, then DB reference, then collection name, which is the workspace document, comma, and the document ID. So in this case our document ID is the params.document ID. Then we write await update doc. Here we'll provide the document reference, and then we'll just simply set the value. So similar like this one. Now whatever the value we want to set is nothing but a key and the value. Now we are using await. Let's make this as a async, and here we can write the toast message saying document updated and save it. Now this update document info we're gonna call whenever there is a change in the code. So for example, if you user updated the cover, we'll call this method. So here along with the set cover image, I will also call this update document info. Okay, so I will bring this down, and if you want to call multiple methods, right, you have to put it inside the curly braces, and then you can call the update document info. So the key is cover image, and the value is the cover, and then save it. Let's test this out. So if I go over here, click on this change cover, select the any images, any cover you want, and click update. So we updated, but we got one error, so no document to update. So it's saying the document is not present. So the problem over here, the collection name is incorrect. This need to be a documents. So if you see, we have this documents, so make sure the collection name is correct. Okay, and also make sure we need to use key, right? So we have to wrap it inside this square bracket, okay, because this is the field name. Now let's save this one and let's test this out. So if I go back and change this cover to something else, let's say this one, and click update, if you see, we got the toast message saying document updated. If I go back to our application, you will see now the cover image is showing with the proper URL. Cool, right? Now let's refresh the screen and let's say whether we are getting the updated information, and even after the refresh you will see that change. Same thing we are going to do with the emoji. So let's go back, copy this update document info, and whenever the emoji is selected, so over here, let me bring this down, we need to call two methods. So I will wrap inside this curly braces, and here I will call the second method called update document info. The key here is emoji, and then we'll simply pass the emoji like this and then save it. Now let's test this one as well. So here I will click it, I will use this emoji, and it's saying updated document. If I go back to our application, you will see this emoji icon get updated, and just refresh the screen and let's see, we got the emoji. Cool, right? Second, we need to update this document name, so let's update that one as well. Now we are going to update this input when user click outside. User type something, and if you click outside, then only we are going to update, not on every input, keyboard input, right? So in order to do that, we are going to use on blur effect. Okay, so this will emit the event, and then we'll just call the update document info. But before that, let me console for you, and inside the event we have the target dot value in order to get user entered value. Now if I go to this inspect panel and inside the console, and if I type something, let's say new file, okay, right now if you see, nothing is happening, but if I click outside, you will see the new file text is updated. So let's now call the update document info. Here the key will be the document name, and then we have the value. Let's update it now. So here we'll say test file, and click outside, you will see the text file updated. Not only here, but it's on real time, it's updating the file name as well along with the emoji. If I updated the emoji with something else, you will see it's a real time updating along with the file name as well. Okay, so new file 2.0. As soon as I click outside, here you will see the change. So that's how in real time you can also update your information with the help of Firebase. So guys, until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to display the rich text editor. If you see, as per the mockup, we have the rich text editor below to this document information. So for that one, we are going to use this Editor.js library, which is very powerful editor, rich text editor library, and it is free to use. It's open source, but the most important thing, they have a lot of different plugins. If you see, this is the example where you can add different elements to your document. So in order to integrate this Editor.js, let's click on this get started. Make sure you will go to this Editor.js.io. Here inside the documentation, you will find the installation step. The first thing we need to do is to install this Editor.js. So copy this command, go to your project, and I will close all of this tab for now. And inside the terminal, just paste it here. So it will install the Editor.js. Make sure it is installed, and then wherever you want to use, you need to import this Editor.js, and then you can use it. But there are some of the things did not mention, I think, but don't worry, I'm going to tell you. So if you see, this is the script tab where they are using this source Editor.js. But let's do one thing. So first thing, we want to show this Editor.js under this document editor section. So click on this document editor section component, and inside here we are going to add the rich text editor. So first thing, we need to create a new component. So here I will create a new component and we can call it as a rich text or document editor. We can say rich document editor.jsx. Now add the default template and then save it. Now make sure to import this component over here. So here we'll say rich document editor and save it. Now inside the application you will see this rich document editor. Let's give some margin and padding. So here I will add a class name. We'll add padding x to 10 and we'll also add margin left to 10. Maybe it's a 20. So it will be in one line. Now inside this one we are going to add our rich text editor. So here we need to write div id is equal to Editor.js and just close the tag. Now obviously you need to provide the reference, but before that make sure to import this Editor.js. So I will copy this one, go to a project and simply I will paste it here. Okay. Now next thing, you need to define the reference. Okay. So over here I will add a constant reference is equal to use reference. Obviously you have to make sure it is it's supposed to be imported from this React, and also I will define the variable called editor. Now here I will define constant. Here we'll say initialize or init editor, and in this method we will actually initialize the editor. So first thing here we'll say if editor, because we already defined this one, right? So editor dot current is not defined, it means editor is not initialized, then we can initialize here. Okay, and for that one if I go scroll down little bit, you will see this particular method. Just copy it as it is and paste it here. Now make sure to import this editor which is or we already imported, and this is just a holder for the Editor.js. Okay. Next we are going to refer this editor to the we don't need this constant because we already defined this editor over here. So here we'll say reference dot current is equal to editor. Okay, so we are just referring to that current editor, and I think that's all. Okay, and this is the ID. I don't know whether we need to provide the reference to that ID. Let's test this out first and we'll see. So I will save this one and go back to your application, and here nothing is displayed on the screen yet. Actually we forgot to call this init editor inside the use effect whenever we load the component, right? So make sure to add that one. So I will just make sure to call this init editor like this and then save it, and here make sure to add question mark and then go back, and if you see we got this plus sign where currently we only have the default tool called text where you can type anything you want. Okay, you can even move this, you have option to bold it or italic it or link it. Right now obviously there are a lot of options we are going to add in this particular options. Okay, where you can have heading, paragraph, code block, tables, list, and so much. But right now let's align this in proper way, because right now there are so much space on the left hand side. So let's go to the editor section. So we have this rich document editor, and inside here let's remove this and save it, and let's see how it looks. So now we'll give some margin from the left. So here we'll say margin left to 20. We added a -1. Okay, so it will come on the left hand side. Let's add more. I think this is good enough. Okay, so here user can start writing. See, perfect. Now the question is, how can we add all of this plugin, right? Because right now only text is available and you can add more options. So for that one, if I go to this Editor.js site, here you will see an option called Awesome plugin. Now click on this Awesome plugin, and here you will see all of this plugin like text, list, table, code, and there are a lot of other things here. Okay, and you can integrate each of them. I'm going to tell you how to do it. But if I go to this documentation and if you scroll down a little bit, here as well you will see that option. So here we have this all the option. The only thing that you need to do, you have to make sure to import this particular plugin and simply add that inside this tool section. Okay, so if I go over here, I added this inside this Editor.js, where you can initialize this tool option. Okay, now you can add as many as tool you want. This is nothing but the plugin. Okay, so obviously I'm going to tell you how to use it. So if I go to this awesome plugin that I open over here, now you can select the one which you want to add text, list, and everything. If I go to this text and typography, you will see different type of text. Let's open this header. I will open in a new tab, and in order to use this header, first thing you need to import this one. So obviously we are not using yarn, but we'll use this npm. So I will clear this one, then put npm and paste this command which add the header for us. Now click enter, and then this is the simple way that you can add it. First you need to import it. I will import it here, and then you just need to add this header inside the tool. So I will add over here and then save it. Now if I go back to our application and click add, you will see the new option called heading. Now if I click on this one, here you can type the heading. Okay, and here right now if you see, we have different option for the heading. Okay, but even though if I select any of this option, nothing is happening, right? Because for this headings tag, right, you need to provide a custom CSS. So let's implement that one. So in order to apply this custom heading option, right, let's go to this global CSS and simply we can add it here. So here I will just say h1 tag, and this is the class name for the editor, and inside that one will apply the text is of 3xl. Now you can add anything you want. Okay, it doesn't matter, and the font bold. Now I will copy this for other heading tag. So here I will add h2, h3, h4, h5, and the last is h6. Here I will say 2xl, and we'll make the semi bold font. Then here I will add xl with a semi bold font. Then for h4 we'll add a large text, and we'll also add the semi bold font over here. For all of them we can add semi bold, and here we'll add medium and small, or we can add base as well, and save it. Okay, so that's how here we can add medium and small and save it. Now if I go back to our application, so here we have an error called @apply. So let's see why. So it's saying the text md class does not exist. Okay, so here we need to provide as a base. So base was correct, and now let's refresh it. I think we are good. Now if I click on this heading, we'll task title heading, and now if I click on this option again, now you have option to change it, and boom, if you see, it's changing immediately. Okay, now this heading tag is working perfectly fine. Also you can convert this text, or you can move this up and down, right? So for example, if I want to move this up and down, you can easily move it. Okay, how cool it is, correct? Perfect. So that's how you can add the plugin. Let's add some few more plugin. So here you can add a quote, you can add a warning, delimiter. Let's add delimiter, that is good one. Then I also add alert box, and here you will see you have the list. Media means you can add images, you can even also add the tables. Okay, so let's add delimiter. So this is how the delimiter will look like. Here I will add the npm, and once you add this one, you need to import this. So inside this rich text editor, I will import it here, and then simply you can use this one as a delimiter. Oops, inside the tool only, okay, and save it. Now if I go back to our application and click here, you have option called delimiter. See how the 3 dot coming, okay. Also one more thing I want to show to you, that you can even add the custom configuration. Okay, let's say you want to add this alert, right? And for this alert as well, you can add the custom configuration where you can have alert type, primary, secondary, and all. Let me show you how. Let's import this particular plugin called alert, and then import this statement. Now this is the process where you can add one by one. Okay, there is no other option, but you can get it from my source code if you want to save the time. And then add this tool called alert. Now once you add it, make sure the alert is getting added. So if I click on this add, and if you see, we have option called alert box, right? Now here, if you see, we have the option called secondary, primary, and all of these things. You have different option over here. Also, if you restrict that option to certain alert type, you can also do that. You can add this class with an configuration. You can add this shortcut as well. Okay, it's quite easy. So if I copy this custom configuration, and you can replace it with this alert where you have class alert, you can add the inline toolbar as a true, the shortcut, and the config as well. Let's save it and let's see how it looks. So I don't know why this error is coming. Okay, we need one more curly braces and then save it. Now if I add this alert, you will see the alert box, right? Now to this alert box, you will see different option as well. Okay, where you can have left, center, right, and something like this. Wow, that's pretty good, right? So that's how you can add the different alert option as well. If I did not put anything, right, you will see the placeholder as well, because this is the placeholder we added, and that's the reason it's showing. Whatever you update, you can see that. Also, not only that, but if I try to add the alert, you will see this a shortcut key, right? That also you can add it, and with the shortcut key you can just add the alert. Second important thing, if I type the slash, right, you will see you are getting this option as well. So on the click of slash as well, you will get that option. So now guys, I will pause the video over here, and in the meantime I'm going to add some of the plugins into our application, like tables or the list or the code as well. Okay, and you can also try your own. If you face any issue in that while implementing any of the plugin, let me know in the comment section. But I will pause the video and I will add it so that I can show you all the plugins which I'm going to add in our list. Now once you add all of these plugins, so in this case I added a lot of plugin like delimiter, heading, text tag. Then I also have the table, list, checklist, image, code. Okay, added many of these plugins to this text editor. Now the question is, how can we save this one? Because we want to save this document into our Firebase Firestore. So in order to store this information, let's go back to our application, and first thing we need to fetch it, and then we want to store it. So let's go to this rich document editor, and inside this editor we have one option called on change. Okay, so this on change has event, API, and event, and then inside this we'll just console it. Okay, or we don't need to console actually, but inside the on change, so whenever you make some change, it will trigger this on change callback event. Okay, so I will call new method. So here we'll say save document, and this save document I will call it here constant save document. Like this, and for now I will just console it. Okay, just to make sure that save document method is getting called. Okay, so on the change of this document I will give comma and then save it. Now let's go back to your application. Let me refresh this once, and if I go to this inspect panel, go to the console, clean everything, and here let's try to type something. Okay, so here I will say hello team, how are you. As soon as I stop it, you will see the save document is getting triggered, right? It's working fine. And if you see, as soon as type, the save document is getting called. Okay, so that means the saved this particular method is working as expected. Now inside this one, you need to call refer dot current, means we are referring to the current editor. This current method has a method called save. Okay, and we have this is a promise, so it will call then, and let's put the output. Okay, so here we need to just put the output data, and then we'll console this output data. So here we say output data. Okay, so whenever we write something, we'll console it. Let's see what we are getting from the document. So let's clean everything. Here I write hello team, how are you. Okay, and inside the console, if you see, we have this console output. Inside that we have time and version, and most important thing, we have this block information. This block information is very important. So whatever we write, right, inside this you will see we have the data and is of type text, so it's showing as a text, and is of type paragraph, so default is a paragraph, right? But let's say so something is not working. So if you see it's going beyond this side on the top of this sidebar, but we can fix this in a moment. But if you add a heading, let's say title, right, and then you will see that change as well. So if you see, now we have the two blocks, one for paragraph, one for the heading, and for the second we have the type heading with the text and the label as well. How cool, right? Now this all of this JSON we need to save inside our database. So once we have this output, right, we can directly save this into the Firebase Firestore, so that we can see in the next chapter. But until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. And here I will just put use to save document and save it. And here this margin left, I'm going to give it only when it's a large screen, so that issue that is going on the top of the sidebar, it will get removed. And I think for now we are good. Now as you know that we already have this save document method which we implemented. Now inside this one we are going to update the existing document, because if you remember, we already have this document output collection, and this collection we are creating whenever we create the workspace document, right? And each of this collection each of this document has the document ID, and inside this we have the field called output. Simply we are going to update the output every time when there is any change. So let's go back over here and first define the document reference is equal to doc. Then we need to provide the DB reference, comma, collection name. So in this case is document output. So make sure the collection name will match with the collection name which you entered, and then the document ID. Now in this case, the document ID we need to get from the parameters. So simply we'll get the params from the parent component. So if I go to this parent of this rich document editor, so over here if you see, similar way that we send these params to this document info, we are also going to send it to this rich document editor. And then simply inside this document, so we already here, let's go to this rich document editor, and now we can just simply access params dot document ID. Okay, and obviously it is a string. I close all of the tab, and now I think we are good. Now next thing, here we'll say await update doc, and then here we need to pass the document reference and the field which you want to update. So in this case we'll just update the output field with this output data as it is, and make sure this output data is in JSON. So we are just passing the JSON, and Firebase is support the JSON what will say JSON data type. Okay, so you don't need to worry about that one to convert it into a string or anything. Oh, so here I need to convert this as a async, and perfect. Okay, let's save it and let's test this out. Now if I go back to our application, I will refresh this document, and if you see, this is a new file 2.0 document. Let's update something. So here I'm going to add, let's add a checklist. So here we'll say idea 1, idea 2, idea 3. Okay, now obviously nothing is happening because we are not showing that user that okay, your file is updated or what. But let's say inside this document, and if you see this document ID called 933C, now it has then output, right? If you see inside the output, we have this block. Inside the block, we have just the new item which we added, right? Idea 1, idea 2, and idea 3, and all of these things. How cool, right? Let's add a couple of more things. So here I'm going to add delimiter. Then I'm going to add the alert box, and we'll say add new idea in abound list. I'm just adding something. Okay, and here obviously you can even change this color and all. Okay, now even though you don't need to save anything or any that, automatically with that particular method our data is getting updated into our database. And if you see the output inside this Firebase Firestore, how cool, right? Now everything until this point is good, right? But if I refresh this one, see, we are not getting the data. Obviously we need to fetch the data as well. So let's go back to our application, and here I'm going to create a new method called constant get document, or here we'll say get document output. That will be a good. And inside this get document output, we are going to fetch the document output information, right? But in this case we are going to fetch the document update with the real time. Okay, so for that one I'm going to use constant unsubscribe is equal to on snapshot. Okay, and then here we provide the document reference. Inside this we'll provide the DB reference, comma, the collection name. So here the collection name is the document output. Then the document ID. So in this case document ID is similar, which is this params.document ID, which we can get it from the params obviously. And then it will return the document like this. Okay, now let's console this document first. So here I will say doc.data, and that's all. Now this get document output we need to call inside the use effect. So here I'm going to create a use effect, and I will just simply call this get document output. So get document output. Now this get document output I'm going to call whenever there is a change in the params, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, and the file which is selected is a new file 2.0, let's go to the console, and here you will see on the line 47, make sure the line 47 is correct, which is this one. Now we got the output, say document ID along with the output. If you type something, let's say type here, right, and as soon as I type it, you will see on the line 47 without doing anything we got the real updated information. Perfect, right? Now simply we're gonna store this in a one state. So here we'll say constant document output, comma, set document output is equal to use state. And then over here we are getting data, right? But we just want the field called output, and we don't want document ID. We will just use this output field. Okay, so here we'll say set document output as document dot data dot output, and then save it. Now obviously we need to add it into our editor. So simply inside this init editor, you can, after this code, right, you can just add data as a document output. If there is document output, right, we can say add the document output data, otherwise don't add anything. Okay, we just put empty value. Let's save it and let's check it out. So somehow our data is not getting updated to this document output. So I will remove this one, and simply what you can do, over here you can call render dot, and not render, my bad, first we need to call editor, which we already defined, dot render, and then inside here you can provide your output data. Okay, so this information will keep it. So here we'll say document data dot output. Okay, so I'm not sure, I think maybe like this we can. Okay, let's define like this and we'll see whether we are getting output or not. Now if I go back to your application, so we got an error saying editor.render is not a function. Let's see. So here we'll also make sure that if the document.data and output is available, then only render the document. I think we don't need this set document data, so I will remove it and the console as well, and let's save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see the change. Okay, let me clear all of this thing. Let me add something else. So new, so here we'll say, oh, so every time is getting rendered. So for that one I think we need to, so here we need to only make it rendered first time, and afterwards for that current user we have to make sure that is not getting every time. Okay, so we have to add a condition, but before that we have to inform to our Firebase Firestore that the who is the editor of this particular file, the last editor. Okay, so first thing what you need to do, here I will use the user. Okay, so make sure to add the constant user is equal to use user, and then we have to make sure if user is rendered, then only initialize the editor. Okay, once you done with this one, here we'll add edited by as a new field, and over here I'm going to add the user's email ID. Okay, so here we'll say primary, I don't know why it's not getting. Okay, make sure to import this user first, and then you will get primary email address dot email address. Okay, now let's save this one, and right now I will just not execute this get document output for now, but if you render this one and let's add a new text. Okay, now for this particular document, let's see what we get it. So I will just go back. Okay, so go to this data and our document output. Okay, so this document, and if you see the text, new text is showing, and along with that we are getting the new field called edited by. Perfect. Now after this one, once we have this edited by, right, I will just uncomment this one to get the document, and along with that I'm going to add the one variable called let, and we'll say is fetch. Okay, and I will make it false. So first time I'm going to write a condition if is fetch is true, is false, or user, or here we'll say not user but document dot data dot edited by is equal to user dot primary email address dot email address. If it's not there, so you have to condition not. Okay, if this condition does not match, then you can go to this. If the document dot data edited by is equal to this primary email address, then don't go to this if condition, and along with that I will set is fetch to be true. Okay, if the data is already fetched, say don't fetch the data. I will just format this document. So it's little bit complicated that to understand, but it's very easy actually by in the implementation wise. Okay, so let's save this one and let's test this out. If I go back to our application now, so we have one error. Let's say the editor.render cannot read a property of undefined. Okay, So what we can do, because the get document output is getting called before rendering this editor, so we can call this get output instead of, not here, I will comment this code, and we can call this get output to one of the method called on ready. Okay, so let's try to add it here. So whenever this editor is ready, we can call this get output document, and let's save this one and test this out now. And now if you see, we got the text. Now even without rendering, you will see that you can able to type it. Okay, and now it's not rendering for that particular user. We are fetching data, but we are not rendering every time, because it's simply checking the condition is already fetched and it is edited by that particular user. Okay, and that's the reason it's not going inside. But if you see inside our database, is type or it's updating our record. Perfect, right? Now before moving forward, I want to also inform you that we use this real-time document update. Now over here, if I update something, let's say you updated something, right, and immediately on the left hand side you will see the changes affected on the screen. Okay, cool, right? And as soon as I type it without refreshing it, it also reflected on the other screen. So that's how, guys, this is a real-time update. You will see it without refreshing your screen. Before implementing any other feature, we are going to implement the workspace page. Currently, if you remember, we are just showing the empty space because for the first time user, right? And then we are giving option to add a new workspace. Now user already have the lot of workspace created, or maybe one even the user created one workspace, that's fine. And then we are going to show that workspace list, and on the click of that one, we are going to open the workspace with the documents and all. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and let me close all of the tab first and then open the dashboard section. So where we have, let me close all of this, go to the routes where we have the dashboard, inside the page.jsx where we have this workspace list. Now under this workspace list section, I'm going to add a new component. So let's create a component first. So we already call it as a workspace list. Okay, that's fine. So here we'll say workspace item list.jsx, and then add a default template. Now here I will just replace this with a workspace item list, and then simply save this one. Now here inside the workspace list, I'm going to write a method called get workspace list with a capital W, and then here we'll write a constant query is equal to query, then collection. Here we need to provide the collection name, so in this case is workspace, comma, I think we need to provide the, let me get back. So if you see, this is how we need to provide to fetch all the documents. Okay, and from the workspace, so it's a W which is capital, and then we have this all the documents. So depends on the workspace ID. Okay, so yeah, so if you see all the workspace depends on the organization ID, we need to fetch it. So here we'll say workspace. Obviously I think we need to also provide the DB reference, just make sure. Yeah, so we have to provide the DB reference as well, and then collection name. After this, we need to provide the where clause. Inside this where clause, we'll pass the organization ID. So here we'll say org ID is equal to, and then we need to get the organization ID along with the user's email. So here we'll say org ID is equal to use authentication, and we'll check first if organization ID is there, then we pass the organization ID. Otherwise, we'll pass the user's email ID. Okay, because we are setting organization ID this field for the both the prime email address and organization ID as well. Now once we have this query, here we'll say constant query snapshot is equal to await get docs, okay, because we are fetching multiple documents, and then pass the query. Here we'll make this as a async, and simply we'll say query snapshot dot for each where we have the document, and here we'll say console dot log document dot data. Now we'll call inside the use effect, so let's define the use effect over here. So we need to define when the organization ID is there and if the user information is there, and here we'll simply add user and get workspace list and save it. Now let's go back to our application, and let me go to this dashboard page, and inside the inspect panel, because we are just consoling for now, and if you see on line 26 we got this 3 workspace. Perfect. Now let's save this in one state. So we already defined this state. In this state we want to define it, save it. So here we'll say set workspace list, which is equal to previous information, then spread operator, because we are appending with the existing one, right, because this is a for each loop, and here we'll say doc dot data. So each of this document data we are just pushing to this state, and save it. Now this workspace list we are going to pass workspace list is equal to workspace list to this workspace list component. Now let's go to this workspace list component. Here I will get it as a workspace list, and over here let's save it. Now before that I think we are good for now, but if you see now that particular new add new workspace default component is not showing anymore because we have the workspace list. Now perfect. Now inside this item list we'll just iterate this workspace list dot map, we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. Here I will add a class name, we'll make a grid column 2 on the smaller screen. On some large screen we'll make grid column 3, medium screen grid column 3, and large we'll make grid column 4, and save it. Now first thing, if I go to this inspect panel console, I need this information. So first thing, let's display the workspace name and just make sure it's working. So I will define a div. Inside div let's define h2 tag, and here we'll say item dot, or here we can write workspace, okay, that is more meaningful, dot workspace name. Let's save it, and let's say whether on the screen we are getting that workspace name or not. So if you see we don't get that one, so we'll copy this one and simply paste it here. Make sure the workspace list is rendered only when we have the workspace list information. So here make sure the arrow function brackets is correct, so this need to be a circular brackets. Let's save it and let's try it now. Now if you see we have this 3 workspace name. Perfect. Now before that let's show the image, the source. Here we are going to show a workspace cover, and here let's add question mark. Then we'll provide the width, let's say 400, the height let's say 200, and alt tag I will say cover, and save it. Wow, so something is not right. So this need to be, I think, cover image. Also I'll provide the key as an index, save it. Let's go back to our application, and if you see now it's showing these images. Okay, it's weird, but yeah, we'll fix this one. Now to this image we'll add a class name, we'll add width of 200, not width, let's add height of 170 pixel. Then we'll add a object to be cover, and we'll add the rounded top. Okay, so here we'll say rounded top to Excel, and save it. Perfect. Okay, I think this is the height. I will little bit decrease it. Let's make it 150, and this is pretty good. Now below that one, I'm going to show the name, so along with the emoji definitely. So here we'll say emoji, so workspace dot emoji. I will add a class name and we'll give a flex gap of 2. Perfect. Also let's wrap this text inside one div, and here I will add a class name. We'll add a padding of 4 and we'll add a rounded bottom. So let's add rounded bottom to be Excel and save it. So if you see, we have this workspace name. Perfect. That's look pretty good. Next, for this div, let's add a class name. Here I'm going to add a border, then we'll add a shadow Excel. Let's see how it looks. So we have the beautiful shadow. Also we'll make a rounded Excel, and for this grid I'm going to add a gap of, let's say, 6. Okay, and now we have this workspace ready. Also let's give some margin top to 6, so we have some space between this one. Perfect. We have this 4 ready. Okay, and obviously on the depends on the screen size, right? It will change the layout. See, cool, right? If you think, let me check on mobile view how it looks. I think that's pretty good, right? On mobile view, this is how it will look like. Great. Next, let's go back to our application, and over here I'm putting the hover effect. So on hover, we'll just scale it to, let's say, 105, and we'll make transition all for a smooth animation. So if I hover on this one, you will see the change. Perfect. Also we'll make cursor pointer whenever I hover on this any of the item. Now when user click on this workspace, let's say in this case project ideas workspace, we should navigate to the workspace. But currently if I try to go to this workspace, and let's say this is our document, okay, and click enter, then we are not able to get the page, and it's showing 404 error, because in under this workspace and under this workspace ID we don't have the page.jsx. Now if I let me go to this workspace, so inside this workspace folder you will see we have this workspace ID, and then under the document ID we have the page.jsx, right? Now let's do one thing. Go to this workspace ID and simply create page.jsx file, add the default template, and I will just rename this to workspace and save it. Now if I go back to our application, and now you will see the text workspace is showing on the screen. Now another important thing here, once we have this one, right, we can show the side navigation bar, because we already have that component, and in that component we are showing the document list, right? So let's implement that one. So go to this workspace and simply I'm going to add the SideNav like this. Okay, and inside this SideNav we have to pass the parameter, because it needs a parameter value. So simply from this workspace I will get the params first, and then I'm going to pass over here like this and save it. Now if I go back to our application, and boom, you will see this beautiful side navigation with all of this information. Now obviously this workspace ID is no longer available, but if I go to the dashboard now, and on the click of this one we should navigate it. So let's implement that one. So let's go to this dashboard under the components where we have this workspace item list. Now on the click of this one we want to add an or we want to route it. So this is the actual item. Okay, so this is nothing but this particular item. So let's add an on click event, and here we'll say on click item, we'll say only we'll say on click workspace item, and for this one I'm going to pass the workspace dot id. because we have this workspace, and from there we can get the ID. Now we'll create this method. We'll say constant on workspace item, and here we'll get the workspace ID. Now simply we'll define the router here, because we are programmatically routing it from one screen to other, and we'll add the use router. Make sure to import it from this next/navigation, and here I will say router dot push, and here we'll say slash workspace slash and the workspace ID, right, and save it. Perfect. Now if I go back to our application and if I click on this one, now you will see it's redirected to this particular workspace, and in that workspace now you will see these two documents. If I click any of this document, boom, you will see the details. Okay, so that's how guys you can redirect it. Now if I go to this workspace, right, and this empty space, you can just define here or you can show some kind of message. Okay, select this workspace or start creating a new document, something like this. It's up to you how you want to display. Okay, if you don't want to show a blank page, so give a try and let me know in the comment section if you face any issue. And one more important thing, that you can try and send me the complete project link so I can review it on my YouTube channel as well. Now here, if I switch to the developer or organization, right, and refresh it here, you will see the organization's workspace, okay, which I already have. But we have to make sure when we call this get work list, very initially I have to set the workspace list as empty. Okay, so if you see right now I'm getting this duplicate value, right, so we can also avoid that one too. And even though if I switch to the personal account, right, now I'm getting the personal only. So that's how guys you can just switch from one workspace to other. And even though if I click on this, you will see the document. Now one more important thing you can try on your own is the delete option. Here you can add an option, and here from here you can add a delete document option, the similar like which we implemented over here. Here if I click delete, it will delete the document. Now it's time to add a two big feature to our application. One is the comment and other is a notification. We are going to add a real-time comments to our application, and then whenever user add any comment or a tag to the any user inside the comment, then user will also get notified with the help of this notification. Another important thing, that each of the document has their own comment section, so you can just add it your comments to the each of the documents. Now before adding comment to our application, we have to make sure that we are saving the user information. So inside the database, we are need to create a new collection name called users, and inside this one we are going to store all the user information whenever they log in. So simply we can implement that on a dashboard page. Whenever user come to the dashboard, right, we have to make sure that that users information will be inside our database. So let's go to this dashboard page, and maybe you can add it on a header component, or maybe you can add in document list component. It doesn't matter, because anyway it is on the dashboard page, right? So I will go to this dashboard, and here we have the components folder. Inside that we have the header.jsx, and let's implement over here. So here I will write constant save user data like this. Okay, and inside this save user data we'll simply set await set document, and inside this we'll need to provide a collection name. So first we'll define the reference, and then we need to provide the collection name. So in this case we'll say loop users, so Microsoft loop users, and then the document ID. So you can generate one document ID, so we'll say constant doc ID is equal to we can generate from the current time, and we'll make sure it is in the string format, and then just provide that document ID. Okay, also this need to be wrapped inside the document first like this, and then you can add the field which you want to add. So in this case let's say name of the user, so I will keep you need to get the user's name over here. So constant user is equal to use user, and then from this clerk who user hook we can get user dot full name, or let's add a full name. Then avatar, so for avatar I will add which is the user image, so we here will say image URL, and the last we can also add the email which is user dot primary email address dot email address. Okay, and we are using await, so here we'll make this as a async. I will just wrap this in a try catch block. Okay, and let's format this document as well. Now this save user data we need to call it inside the use effect. So whenever this particular header launch, we can call inside this use effect. So here we'll say user, whenever the user information is available, then only call this save user data method. Okay, here we'll say use to save user data, as simple as that, and save it. And instead of this document ID, I will just keep user's email ID. Okay, so or you can just even write it here, that will be easy, and this document ID will keep as a user ID, so it will not insert a duplicate record. Okay, let's save it and test this out. So over here if you see in the dashboard, so obviously it's to get refreshed, but if I go back to the Firestore, you will see the new collection name called loop user. We have this document, and inside that we have the information. Perfect, that's what we want, right? So now it's time to implement the comment feature. So for that one we are going to use the Liveblocks.io. The Liveblocks provide a real-time collaboration to your application. They have different products. The one which you are going to implement, which is the comments, is a real-time comments, and they have their own UI kit, so you don't need to add your UI as well, but if you want to add, you can do that as well. Then the second is notification, that also we are going to add it. And then we have the real-time text editor, also real-time API, and many more. Now most important thing, this Liveblocks is very easy to integrate, and secondly is free to use as well. Now let's go to this Liveblocks.io, and if you don't have an account, create a new account and then jump to this dashboard. You will land on this quick start guide. Here on the left hand side you will see all of this information along with the API key and your usage as well. Okay, now first thing that we are going to add the comments to our application. So click on this comment section. Okay, then you can select the framework. So in this case we'll select the NextJs. So click on it, and after that you will see some of the steps to follow in order to add a comments. So first thing, let's copy this command line and then go to your project and simply install this. So once you paste in inside the terminal, it will install this Liveblock for you. Then we have to initialize the liveblocks.config.ts file with the help of this command. So once you run this command, you will see that the liveblocks.config.ts file will generate for you. Make sure to say yes over here, and then we'll wait to make sure that the file is get created. And if you see, this liveblocks.config file is created. Okay, now this file is required in order to make some customized configuration or some other configuration related to the Liveblocks. Next, if you scroll down little bit, now we have to create a new page or new file called room.tsx. So let's go back to our application, and inside this root directory, inside this app folder, we'll create room.jsx. Obviously we are using JavaScript, so we are using JSX, and copy all the content as it is and save it. Now here you will see you have the production mode or a dev mode. Okay, so you can select the either one. So I will select this time dev mode, and make sure to remove this type, so we don't need it. Also here you will see the publisher key, right? So I will just cut it from here and we'll paste it, or we'll keep it inside this .env file or .env.local file. Here I will add next, public underscore, and here we'll say Liveblock primary key is equal to, and paste this key. Now copy this environment variable, save this file, and then here we can access it using process.env.environment key. Now over here you will see the room provider. Currently the default they provided as a ID as my room, okay, but we'll come on this point in a moment. Now save this one and let's go back to our application, and the first step is to add the Liveblock room to your page. Okay, so wherever you want to add this comment section, you can just add it like this. You have to wrap it your component inside this room and you can use it. So first thing, let's create a component. And so what I will do, I will go to the routes. Inside this we have the workspace, and under this workspace components we'll create a comment box.jsx file. Add the default template. Now this will be our comment component where we will keep the comment code. Okay, so if you see this particular line of code, we'll keep it in that one. So I will just copy this use threads. Now inside this use thread, it's a hooks only, okay, live block hook, but it actually help us to get all the comments. Okay, next we have to copy this line of code and simply paste it here. Okay, so whatever the threads means whatever the comments we are getting, we will render it through this thread component, and this composer help us to write the comment. Now make sure to import all of this one, and this is the client component, so mark it as a use client. So I will just cut it from here and I will paste over here. Okay, and save it. Now the thing is where we want to use it. Okay, so this fourth step is, so we are going to use it over here on the right hand side, where we are going to add a button. Now on the click of button, we are going to pop up that what we call comment box. Okay, so let's go back. So over here in workspace only, where we have this document editor section. Now to this one, let's add a div, and for this div we'll add a button. To this button we'll add a chart bubble icon. I'm not sure, not this one, but let's add message circle. I'm not sure how it looks, but let's add this one and save it. Make sure that button is showing on the screen. So let me refresh this once. Now if you see, this button is showing on the bottom side. Now let's bring it on the right hand side. So what we can do, we can make it as a fix. So for this class we'll mark it as a fix, then we'll make right let's write to 5, and then we'll add a bottom to 5. Okay, and save it. Now even though you scroll the screen, your button will be constant at this position. Now inside this one I'm going to add our, what we can call it as a, let me go back to a documentation, and this collaborative app means inside the room we have to wrap it, right? Now obviously we also want to add the notification component. Again, it will be inside the room component only. Okay, so better we can wrap our the room, not wrap, but we can wrap our page.jsx, which is document ID, inside that room. So simply I'm going to use room over here, okay, like this, if you see, and I will wrap inside this particular page. Okay, and simply now you can define the comment box. Okay, oh my bad, comment box, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, so here we're saying the thread is not defined. Okay, cannot read property thread. So we have to make sure inside the comment box, make it as an optional for now, and save it. And now if you see, we have this write comment, and this obviously is very complicated, but we'll fix this issue in a moment. Now what we need to do, on the click of this comment box button, right on this button, then only we want to open this comment box. So in order to do that, we will define one state. We can call it as a open comment comma set open comment is equal to use state, and initially I will make it as a false. Now whenever the comment box or a open comment is true, then only we want to show this comment box. And when and on the button click, we'll simply set the comment, or we can say set open comment as the opposite of the open comment. Okay, and let me bring this and save it. Now if I go back to our application, if I click on this one, okay, so nothing is happening. Wow. So over here, make the Z index, let's say 50, okay, because we want the on the top of this one. And now if I click it, you will see that's option to write the comment, right? But it's a little bit weird. So let me go back to the comment box, and here we will define specific width and height. So here inside this we'll say a width, let's say 300 pixel. Also we'll give height of 350 pixel, and then we'll add a little bit shadow large, and we'll make a rounded large. Okay, also we make sure to add the overflow auto so that you can scroll in that one. Now if I click on this one, you will see that comment section. Okay, but it's the, if you see, this is not perfectly styled. So if I go back to the documentation and scroll down little bit on the 6th point, that you need to import this particular style CSS. So copy this and then add it inside this layout.tsx file. So inside the root layout, let's go to this root layout file and simply paste it here and save it. Now if I go back again to our application and click on this one, now you will see a proper styling to your comment box. Okay, now whenever we open this comment box, we want to make sure this button has the cross symbol. So to this document editor, here we are showing this icon, right? Here also I will add a condition, open comment is, if it's true, then we want to add a cross icon, otherwise we will show the circle, and save it. Now you will see that change. Now if I open it, so we have to make sure to import this X from this lucid icon. This is the icon actually, the cross icon, and if I click on it, you will see the X. If you want to close it, just close it like this. Okay, and even though you scroll it, your comment box will be constant at that location. Perfect. Now let's write some comments. So here we'll say my first comment. Okay, and click send. Now as soon as send it, you will see that you received the comment. How cool, right? But currently it's showing the profile as with the placeholder and the username as a anonymous. Okay, but here you will have all the options. Also not only that, but you can even reply to the thread as well. Now this comments is a real time, means on this particular document any user can see it. Okay, now let me go back to our application and let me switch it to the developer team, where we have the developers means organization document as well, and I will open any of the document. If you see, we have a lot of things here, and now click over here, you will see that same comment as well. The reason is because we have the room ID, which is the my room. So if I go to the let me go to this room.jsx file, where we provide the ID as a my room, and that's why everywhere is showing that particular comment, because it's checking with the room ID, right? Room ID is nothing but some let's say we have 10 rooms, and each room has their number of people, so they can chit chat, right? But obviously whatever the chit chat you are doing in that first room, that will not visible or not hearable to the second, or not seeable to the second room. So that's kind of thing it's there, right? Now the question is, how can we update it? So If you scroll down, and obviously if I go to this documentation where the 7 point is to add user to the comments, that also we need to check that how can we add the user to the comment. Here you will see how to add it and all of this information. Okay, but along with that one, if I go to this authentication part, right, somewhere. So if you see this authentication guide, and inside here you will see how to authenticate and everything, okay, with the access token and all. And for the room, right, you can define or you can write any room ID whatever you want. Okay, now we are going to follow some standard in order to write a room name. I will just go back so I will not confuse you guys, and I will keep on this particular document, okay, at this step. And let me go back now to this room provider, right. We need to provide some room ID. So for that one, let me go to this workspace document page.jsx where we define this room, right. And to this room I'm going to pass this parameter, and simply we are going to add the workspace ID colon document ID. Okay, and this will be our complete document the room ID. Okay, so this is a combination that we are going to follow. So to this room I'm going to pass a parameter, so it will help us to get the workspace and document ID. So go to this room, and simply to this room provider I'm going to write params dot workspace ID, then the colon plus params dot document ID, like this. Okay, so this will be our complete room ID. Now obviously you can also keep the document ID only. It's up to you how you want to do it, or let's try only with the document ID because that will be the unique only, and then save it. Okay, now once you are define this document ID, right, now every time whenever you write a comment, that will only applicable to that particular document. Let's save it and test this out. So if I go back to our application, so it's saying parameter is not defined. Obviously here we need to accept that as a params, because from the page we pass this parameter, and here we'll accept it. So let's go back to our application. So we have two error. It's saying failed to get document because client is offline. Let me refresh it. Now we are good. Now if I click on this particular icon, now you'll see that previous comment is no longer here. But now if I put new comment here and click send it, you will see the comment is get sent. Obviously it's anonymous, but we can change it in a moment. Now if I go to this new document and try to open it here, you will see that particular comment is no longer inside this document. Now that is only available to this document where we left the comment. See, because this is the document ID which we pass it as a room ID, and only to that particular document you will see the comments. How cool, right? And as we are in the organization mode, right, you can collaborate your comments along with the documents in a real time. Okay, now the next and important thing that we need to implement is the user's profile and name. So when you send the comments, we have to make sure the username and comments need to be there. Now it's time to display the user, and if you see, this is the option called authenticate and add your user. So as you know that currently it's showing anonymous, and then we need to show the user's name and the user's profile pic. And if I click on that one, you will see that how to add user to your Liveblocks comments. And if you see, these are the users, right, where you will get the profile image and name and the comments, whatever the comment they added. So if you scroll down, these are the things that we are going to implement it. But before that, they specifically mentioned that you need to authenticate your application. The first step is to find an authentication guide for your framework, and then we need to implement this particular feature. So first thing, let's click on this authentication guide for your framework. Okay, and then obviously you will get to know how to add that one. So simply click on that. You will jump on this authentication page. Guys, don't worry, it's quite easy. Okay, so we are going, that's why we are going step by step. Then they mention two type of authentication method. One is using access token and other using ID token, and you can choose either one. So access token is quite simple and flexible for the global permission, so we'll select that one. Below that one, if you scroll down little bit, this is the authentication and how to do it and everything, they mention it. But here you can select the framework which you want. So in this case is a NextJs, so click on that one, and these are some of the steps now we need to follow. So once you land on this particular page where it returns setup access token permission with a NextJs, so first thing you need to install this dependency. So copy that dependency and just paste it here, so it will get installed. Next, you need to set up the authentication endpoint right inside our Next.js. So we are on the dev environment. So copy this complete path from this API to route.ts. Go back to your application. Inside this root directory, I'm going to create a new file and paste this. So it will also create the folder for API, Liveblocks auth, and then it will create a route.js. Make sure it's a JS and click enter. Now if you see, it's created the folder along with the file, and simply copy everything as it is and paste it here. Now here, this is the secret key, so I will just cut it from here and I will paste inside this .env.local. Now this environment key, we want it only on the server side, so we don't need to put a next underscore public. We'll just put live block secret key is equal to and paste this key and save it. Now we'll simply use over here, we'll say process.env and the key. We don't need a type, I will remove it. Next thing, here we need to get a user from the database. So the current user, okay, so current user we will get it, but we're gonna use it the clerk hook for that one. So simply we'll update over here. So here we'll say inside this post we'll say constant, or here only we can add, let me remove this constant first, and here we'll say await current user, and this current user we are importing from the Next.js. Make sure to update this to Next.js/server, and then you will get the current user. Okay, now here we need to prepare the session first. Okay, this is very important. So this is optional field providing user info, so I will remove this one, and instead of this user ID we need to provide the email address. So the email address is primary user.primary email address. Okay, so this current user email address we provided. Now Liveblock I have give a complete control on what are the permission that you want to provide to the given room, right? So right now if you see, these are some of the way that you can provide, but if you want to provide the access to the all the rooms, right, you can just simply say session.allow, and then here you need to provide the room ID. Okay, so let me go back for now, and if you see, I don't see any room ID over here, but we'll get that room ID using constant room is equal to await request.json. Okay, and obviously we destructure it, so we'll get the room information from here, and then we'll say session.allow, and we'll need to pass a room ID, and here we'll say session.full access. Okay, so we are giving full access to that particular room, and that's all. Now once we have the session information, we'll authorize this one, and then we'll simply return the response. But here we have to make sure that we'll get the room ID as well. Okay, now there are many of the times you might not get a room ID. Okay, and if you remember inside our room.jsx, so I think we are passing this room ID as well. Okay, but for now let's keep as it is and save it. Next, let's go back to our documentation and scroll down a little bit. Now inside we have to set up the client side. So inside this live block provider, we need to add this auth endpoint, and then you need to replace this publisher API key. So I will copy this one, go back to your application, and then simply replace your publisher API key. So I will remove it from here and paste it with a new API endpoint. Okay, and save it. Now let's go back, and I think we are good for now. So this particular step is optional, so it's not mandatory, and I think we are good for now. Okay, make sure your comments is still working. So if I go to this comment, and if you see the comments part is still there, but it's still showing anonymous, don't worry, because we have to follow some more step. Now let's go back to the documentation, and simply I will go back to the previous page, which is the how to add user. Right now we implemented this authentication part, right? So you can just skip this particular part now, and then scroll down. Now this is the very important thing, which is resolving users. Now in this particular section, you need to implement this resolve user function inside your live block provider. Okay, and you can just return the users list, depends on the user ID which they are going to send it. It's quite easy. First thing, copy this resolve user function, then this is your live block provider. I will just paste it over here like this. Okay, now let's see what are the user ID we are getting over here. Okay, so and obviously this will return something. So right now I will put it empty and then save it. Now if I go back to our application and open the comments, okay, so here in the inspect panel you will see at line room 15 we are getting this particular ID, which is obviously not belong to what we are we want, right? Let's type something, let's say new comment again, and let's enter it, and now you will see the user's email, because we updated our logic, right? And that's the reason now it's showing the actual user ID, right? Now obviously if another user is type something on this comment, right, you will get that user ID over here as well. Now this is nothing but is returning the array of the user's ID which is commented on that particular document. Now your task is to get the all the user list from our Firebase database with this user ID, right? So if you have the 3 email ID inside this user ID, we have to get details of that particular user's information from the Firebase. So simply inside this one, we are gonna write the method to get the Firebase to get the user's detail from the Firebase. So here I'm going to write, let me remove this one. Here we'll simply say constant query. Here inside that we'll call collection, the DB reference, then we'll say loop users. Make sure the collection name is correct, so it's a loop users, that's good. Then comma, here we'll say where, and then we'll get email. Now obviously here you can pass in operator. Now in operator we will find all the matching value, okay, and then you have to pass the array. So here we'll say user IDs, we'll pass this user ID as an array. Okay, next we'll do the query define constant query snapshot is equal to get docs, because it will return a multiple documents, and then we have to pass a query reference as a queue. Now we'll iterate this query snapshot using for each, and for each, my bad, I don't know why it's showing. Okay, so here we need to add a wait, so that's the reason it is showing us to use a wait over here. So we'll use now query snapshot dot for each, and inside this we'll define a doc like this. Right now let's console this document dot data, and let's see whether we are getting the user information or not. Okay, so here I will save it, and let's test that out. And once I open this one, right, you will see that we got the user detail, okay, because we have this comment which is posted by this particular user, and that's why we got the name, email and avatar. Cool, right? Perfect. Now we need to save this one state, and then we need to return that one. So I will define the let's define constant users list. Oh, sorry, user list is equal to empty, and then we'll just push this user list dot push and doc dot data. Okay, so each of the document will push inside this user list, and simply we'll return the user list and save it. Okay, now let's go back to our application, and now if you here see, it's showing the user's email, user name along with the user pic, right? Make sure you will create a new room, because if you try to use old one, right, it will still showing anonymous. But let's try that one, and anytime you can go to the Liveblocks dashboard. Okay, let me go to this dashboard, and here you can also see all the information. If you go to this project, let's say we are working on development one, right, you will see how many active user, how many rooms are created, how many connection has made, and all of these details inside the room. Anytime if you think you want to delete something, you can go over here and just delete that particular comments as well. Okay, now even if different user is typing something and he put the comment, then you can see his profile image and name as well. Okay, perfect. Now before moving forward, we also going to implement one more feature inside these comments. So let me go back to our application, and it's quite easy because we already have everything. Now here we are already implemented this resolving user, and obviously you are able to see this user's image and name as well. But if you scroll down little bit, now we have to implement this resolving mention suggestion. Now if you put @ you will get the suggestion from the list of the users. How cool, right? Let me I'll show you how to implement that one. So first thing, again inside this Liveblocks provider under this resolve user, you need to add a new function called resolve mention suggestion. Copy this one, go back to your application, and inside this Liveblocks provider we already added this resolve user, right? Now we'll add one more. So simply we'll add this resolve mention suggestion. Okay, now text will include the whatever the user writes some text, that particular text, and room ID is nothing but the simple room ID. Okay, and it will return the email ID. So in order to implement that one too, here is the logic. Okay, so it will check if the text is there, and then it will filter out the result, and then it will just simply return the result. Okay, so let's implement that one. So I will clean this out, and I will just copy everything as it is, and we'll paste it here. Okay, only change I'm going to do over here, that I will say is not equal to, because I want to fetch all the user, right? So it will check if email is not equal to null, and then we are passing everything. Obviously we are getting the user list, and once we have the user list, we are going to use this particular condition, if text and all, right? So let's add that one. So after this we'll add if text, then make sure this is this user list is late, okay, not a constant, because we are going to update this user list. And here we'll say user list of user, and user.name include text, then you will get the user list. Okay, and the last part is you just need to map that one. Okay, so I will just copy this, and I will return this all the result directly. Okay, make sure here is a user list. Okay, and then not user list actually. Okay, let me, here is a user list only, and save it. Okay, let's test this out. So if I go back to our application, go to the chart, and if I type, let's say here I will type the @ oh, so if you see we got the error that is showing cannot read property of stream. So let me go back and somewhere we are not, so we are not getting the user list because it is showing, but inside this document editor section, if you remember, we provide this z index, right? If I remove this z index, and then you are able to see it, but you are not able to click it because it's going behind this particular rich text editor. Okay, so another option to this one, if I go to this rich text editor, here you can give some margin from the left. So here we'll say margin left to, let's say 20. Oh sorry, we need to give from the right, let's say margin right to 20. And let's say now if you see, it is clickable. And now if I try to add this, okay, so some, again still we have that error. Let me go back to the inspect panel, and still we are not able to scroll this one. So margin is also not working as expected. So let's do one thing, we'll add a div, okay, and we'll put inside the grid. Okay, so here we'll put a grid. Here we'll say grid column 4. Okay, and out of 4 column we'll assign 3 column to this document editor. Okay, so simply we'll say class name column span 3 and save it. Now let's test that out. If I go back to the here, and now I can able to add it, and as soon as I put at the rate, right, you will see that I also added this new user, okay, from this another tab. Now I am able to get the suggestion, and now once you put the suggestion, hey, how are you, some message over here, and send it, and boom, if you see, your profile image is showing. Not only that, but you can even reply to the thread. Okay, you have this beautiful emoji icon as well, and you can just reply to the thread as well. Now once the user add the comment to our a room, right, or we can call it as a inside the document comment box, we are going to send notification to all other user. So in order to send a notification, we are going to use a Liveblocks again. So Liveblock has one more feature called notifications. Now we pretty much set up the Liveblock along with the user's information and all of these things. Only thing that we need to integrate the notification. So select the notification from the quick start guide, then select the framework as a NextJs, and simply you need to install this Liveblock npm command. So we already have pretty much, but I will just make sure that we are not missing. So I will just install it again, and you don't need to initialize again because we already initialized this Liveblock config file. Then we have to create notification provider, but if you remember, we already have the room created, okay, for the Liveblock provider. So if you go inside the room.jsx, so let me go over here. So we already have the room provider and the Liveblock provider as well, so you don't need to create again newly. Second, you need to wrap your application. Obviously we already did it. So inside our workspace document page.jsx, we already wrap our application, and now inside this side navigation, if I go to this our application, you will see this notification bell icon, right? That's where we are going to add the notification. So simply, in order to add the notification, if I go over here, you will see this line of code, you need to add it. So I will create a new component inside this workspace component, and we can call it as a notification box.jsx. And first let's add a default template and save it. Now before adding this line of code, we need to make sure to make it some placeholder in order to display the drop down, right? So obviously you can create your own, or if I go to this chat cn, right, that's where we have the popover. So that this popover we can select it, okay? So if I click on this one, this is popover will come out. So I will use this popover, and simply first we need to install this popover. So copy this npm command and open a terminal. I don't know why it's not opening. Yeah, and simply paste it here. Next, will copy this import statement, and inside this notification box I will paste it. Okay, oh, not here, this is the import statement, let's paste it here, and then the sample code. Now if you remember, this is our popover trigger, right? And obviously we want to add notification bell icon, so simply I will add a children here, and I will render this children inside this popover trigger. And now I will use this notification box icon inside this side navigation where we have this bell icon. Okay, so over here. Okay, so I will just import this notification box, and inside this I'm going to render the bell. Okay, and save it. Now what will happen when you click on this bell icon? Let me refresh the screen once, and you will see this beautiful popover. Cool, right? Now inside this popover content we are going to simply paste this inbox notification list. So let's go to this notification box, and simply inside this popover content I will paste. Okay, now make sure to use this notification, we have to use this hook, make sure to add that one, and along with that we'll use this import statement. Okay, and save it. I think that's all we need to do, and let's go back to our application. Also we already added this styling, so you don't need to add. We already have the users add user to a notification that is already implemented, so you don't need to again update it. But if I go back to our application, you are seeing this loading indicator, right? Now if I go to the inspect panel, let me bring this at the right hand side and go to the console, you will see that you are getting this localhost authentication error. That's because inside our API route, so let's go to this API routes, okay, where we have this room. Now let's console this room whether we are getting this room information or not. Okay, now obviously this is on the server side, so you can check the console inside your terminal. So if I go to this terminal where our app is running, okay, and now if I refresh the screen, you will see the room is no longer there. Okay, I don't know why it's not displaying. Okay, but if I search room, see the room is coming as a undefined. Okay, now what is the solution for that one? Because this problem I face it when I'm implementing this particular feature, but in order to remove this particular error, we have one solution, and you will not find anywhere on the internet. So go to the room.jsx where we have this authentication endpoint, right? Now to this authentication endpoint, we are going to pass the room ID. Okay, so here inside parameter we'll pass the room ID, we'll say room ID, that room ID is equal to, and then if you remember we have this format, okay, so as our document ID as our room ID, so we'll just simply add over here. Okay, so first let's bring it in a curly braces, and because we are passing dynamic value, right? And now we have the room ID. Now inside the route.js file we need to accept that parameter. So here I'm going to write constant, here we'll say inside bracket search params is equal to new URL, and we'll say request dot URL. Okay, and then we'll get the room ID. So here we'll say room ID is equal to search params dot get, and inside that we need to pass the field name which we pass, which is this room ID. Okay, now we'll get the room ID. Now if I print this room ID over here and save it, let's observe the input. Okay, so let me bring this down. Okay, and if I go back to our application, Okay, let me refresh the screen once, because I don't think so we passed the room ID yet. But if I search it here, and now you'll see the room ID. Okay, so let's go back, and now this room ID we need to pass to this session like this. Okay, and then simply save it. Now if you don't want to, you can remove this room as well. And now if you see, we don't have any more error. Okay, and just make sure that you are not getting that authentication error anymore inside the console. Okay, now if I click on this notification, right now if you see, we don't have any notification. Okay, but if I refresh this and try to add some comment, let's add a comment. So here I will say @gameplay, how are you, and send it. Okay, and now if I go back to this section and if I open this one, and boom, if you see, we have the user notification, and it's saying gameplay mention you in this Rahul Sanap, how are you, right? Cool, correct. Now only thing that you can increase this size, okay, if you don't want, because this is I think little complicated, but you can even replace it. Here you have option to edit it as well, but before that I am going to just inside the comment box, let's give some width. So, or not comment box, inside the notification box we'll give some width and height for this popover. So simply here inside the popover container I will add the class name as a width 500. And if I save this one now and go back to our application, here if I click on this notification, you will see the notification as well. Cool, correct? Perfect. Now if I add more, you will get it, right? But the problem is here, let me add some comment. Okay, if I add just a simple comment, let's say simple comment, and send it, right? That time I will not get that notification. See, I'm not getting notification. I'm getting notification only when someone is tagged to me, right? So if you want to add notification to each of the comment, right, you just need to add one hook. So here you need to define one hook called constant update room notification settings is equal to use update notification setting. Okay, and this particular hook is importing from the Liveblocks. Now inside the use effect, so here I'm going to define the use effect, and here we'll define the value update notification settings, and inside that we'll provide the thread as all. Okay, now here you have different option, all, none, or replies and mention. Okay, perfect. Now let's save it and let's go back to our application, and from other user I will just add some comment. Okay, let's add some comment. Okay, and send it. Now over here if I click on this one, see, you got a new comment. Let's say let's add some comment. Cool, right? Perfect. So that's how guys you can send the notification and get the notification. Now if I go to the notification where we have the inside the Liveblocks documentation, they have the notification API as well. So inside this REST API, okay, so you will find it here, and go to this notification. Here you have option to get the notification and all of this thing, right? They also have their own API to do it. Also in the Liveblocks node, and go to the notification, you will find the different option. Now if I go to this Liveblocks/React API reference and go to this notification, right, here you will find more information. They define some of the hooks regarding to notification. Now over here you can even count the number of notification. Okay, in order to display it on this particular notification icon. Okay, so for example, let's go over here and copy this and simply use it here. Make sure to import this hook, and then you can just get the count. So for example, let's say we'll get the count, okay, whenever the count is ready. Now if I go back to our application, go to the inspect panel, and inside the console you will see the count, okay, which is 2 because we have the 2 notifications, right? Perfect. Now we can show this count as well to this so let's cut it from here, okay, and we're gonna go to this. Okay, we already have the children over here, so let's do it here only, because we have the notification bell icon, and here let's add a div. Inside div I will put this children, which is the bell icon, and then I'm also going to add a count, okay, and save it. Let's see whether it's displaying or not. So near the notification bell icon, see, okay, here I'm going to add a class name as a flex gap of 1, and for this one I'm going to add a class name padding of 1, rounded, full, background primary, text white. See how weird it's looking, right? So obviously we'll change the size. So here we'll say text of 3 pixel, and I added some of the styling here, okay, some padding and some text size. And now if you have see, we have this beautiful notification where if I click on it, you will see the notification, okay, perfect. So guys, that's how you can add the notification. If you have any question, any doubt until this point, let me know in the comment section. Also, if you face any issue related to the live block, I will also keep the Discord link of the live block developers in the description. Now there is a one quick fix that I want to show you. So over here, if you add a table, okay, where we have this table option, and when you write something, let's say you want to write something, okay, but here you will see we got one error, and it's simply saying that function update doc call with invalid data. Nested array are not supported inside our Firebase Firestore. So right now the very nested array means array inside array, array inside array, right? This is not supported by Firebase. So there is one solution for that one. Let's go back to our rich document editor where we have save document method. Now inside this save document method, currently we are saving the output in the JSON format. Now if I go back to our database, and here you will see the document output, and each of the document you will see we save it as a JSON, right? Now here we can change this to convert this JSON into stringify. So here we'll just add JSON.stringify, and we simply convert this JSON into a string format. Now when we save this particular document, it will save it as a string, but when we are going to get that particular output, and then that time we are going to convert this into the JSON, okay. So inside this editor.render, we'll just add JSON.parse, and whatever the data output we are getting, we will convert that into the JSON from the string, okay. And now let's save it. Now let's go back to our application. Now if I add something, let's say you want to add table, okay, and now if you see, we can easily add the table information, okay, and we don't have any error. Now if I refresh this one, then you will see the table it gets saved. Now we don't have that any more issue regarding the nested, and now here you can add anything regardless of whether it's a nested or not. So on our document screen where we have the workspace, here we are going to add the very important feature called generate the template from AI. So on the screen here we are going to add an option, a button, where we're gonna give an option to the user to add the template depends on his requirements. So user will add his requirement in the input field, and then once we have that one, we'll add that, or we will pass that particular requirement or prompt to the AI model. Obviously we are going to use free AI model to generate the response, and then once we have the response in the JSON format, we will just simply add it to the document. So throughout this particular chapter, we're gonna learn step by step how can we generate the AI response, how can we integrate the AI model to our application. And for that one, we are going to use the very popular Google AI model. So it's a Gemini AI model, okay? And most important thing is free to use. So if you go to this ai.google.dev, and here you will find the AI model and how to use it, okay? It support a very different languages as well. So just click on this, learn more about the Gemini API, and you will land on this build with the Gemini API page where you will find all of the detail. Now talking about the pricing. So Gemini 1.5 Flash, okay, it's a free of charge. If you see over here, it's a free of charge. You can make 15 requests per minute. I think that is more than enough, and 1 million token per minute. Okay, obviously it will update every time. And most important thing, it's a free of charge. Okay, and you don't need to pay anything. But if you want to go with a higher model or pay as you go, they also have that option, and it's quite cheap. Okay, now if you don't have an account, create a new account. So I will just sign in with a Google, and then once you log in, you will find, oh, let's simply go to the dashboard. So here you will see try it now in studio, and you will land on their own studio. So over here you have option to get the API key. So once you click on that one, you will find the option to generate the API key. Now I already have one, so we'll use this one. But before that, let's learn how to create or generate the model first. Okay, so it's quite easy. It's like a if you use the chat GPT, right? You enter some prompt, I mean, you will get the output. Same thing that we are going to use it over here. But before that, in order to get the prompt in a specific format, because we want the format in the for the rich text editor, right? And if you go to this Editior.js, right, and go to this documentation, here you will find, if you go to the saving data, right, you will see this is the output data format that how we want, right, where we have the time, block, and version, and this block is very important. If you scroll down a little bit, here you will find the sample how it works, right? We have some random ID, the type, the data, and all of these things. We have paragraph, then we have list, header, and lot of other things. Okay, same format we required. So in order to do it, what you need to do first, just follow this step. Okay, this is the simplest step that I am going to tell you. First, I will copy this output format, and I will go to this AI Studio, and here I will say reference to, okay, it's reference to, and I will simply paste this JSON format. Then after that, I will write generate template for editor.js in JSON for, and here you can write anything. For example, let's say you want to generate the template for grocery to do list document. Okay, now this is just a simple example I am telling, and then simply click run, and boom, if you see, it's generating the all the format for us. Not only that, but here we mentioned that we want in a JSON format, and that's why they gave us inside the JSON format, where we have the type, paragraph, different list, and lot of other things. Cool, right? Perfect. And that's all we need to do. Obviously, if you want to add some more information, you can add in this prompt. Okay, but now what you need to do, go to this right top hand side, and here you have option called get code. Click on it, and here you will find some code. Now obviously we are using JavaScript. Click on JavaScript, and this is the code that we need to add into our application. But before that, we need to install the generative AI SDK, and it's quite simple. Copy this npm command, and then go to your VS Code. I will close this tab and all of these things, and inside here, I don't know why it's not, yeah, I will just open new tab and paste it here. Okay, so it will install the Google generative AI, and then simply copy everything, go back to our application, and inside here, if you remember, we already have this config folder we created, right? Inside that, I'm going to add a new file, and here we'll say Google AI model, okay, .jsx, and then simply paste your code which you copied. That's all. Now here obviously we are making some update. I will remove this comment. Then next thing, and very important, that we need to add the API key. Okay, so simply go to this .env.local file. Over here I will add next underscore public, here we'll say Gemini API key. Okay, and now this key you will get it from this get API key model. Okay, so let me, okay, we already have this code, we don't need anything now, but go to this get API key and simply copy this API key. Okay, then go back to our application and paste it here. Now copy this Gemini API key and simply I will put it here as the environment variable name. Okay, then if you scroll down little bit, we don't want this function anymore, so I will remove this function. Along with that, I will remove this function call. Okay, then if you see, this is the history, this is the what we enter the prompt, and this is the model output. Okay, we are keeping this history because whenever we ask something, right, it will take a reference of this history and then it will give you the exact output. Okay, then we don't want it here, so I will comment this out as well. Now one more important thing, right now it will give you the response in the text format, and we don't want that one, so I will just replace this with the application/JSON, so it will give us a JSON format output, and save it. Okay, now you are 80% done. Only thing you need to do is to use this one. Okay, now for that one, let's go back to our routes under the workspace components, where we have the rich document editor. Okay, so inside here, right, we are going to create one button. Okay, and this button will help us to enter the user input. Okay, so here I will add a div. Okay, so this div I will make it add a class name, we'll make it fixed at the bottom. Let's add a 10, and when the screen size is medium, I will put a margin left to 80. Okay, I will put the left 0, and I will put the Z index as well, and inside here I will add a new component for the AI models, not model but AI component, to generate and add all the information. So here inside this underscore component, I will add generate from AI, or we'll say generate AI template. So here we'll say T with a capital .jsx. Now add a default template. Okay, and save it. Now this particular component will simply add it here. Okay, and save. Now let's go back to our application to see that changes. So over here you will see the text called generate AI template. Now inside this generate AI template, I'm going to add a button from the chats here, and here we'll simply say generate from AI, or we'll say generate AI templates. That will be more meaningful. Okay, perfect. And here if you want to add an icon, here you can add an icon. So I will add layout grid and save it. Now if I go back, this is how it looks. You can just add some styling. So first thing, I will add a variant as outline, then I will add a class name as a flex gap of 2, and for this icon I will add a height of 4, width of 4. Okay, so it will matches like this. See, now we have beautiful option. Now on the click of this one, we are going to open a dialog box, and then on that one we are going to add an input field. So let's go back to the chat scene in order to add a dialog, as we already imported a dialog, so we don't need to import it again. Just I will use this import statement over here, okay, and then we'll use the sample code over here. Okay, now this is the actual trigger to open the dialog. Okay, but we want to open the dialog on the click of this button, so I will remove this dialog trigger. Okay, this is the different way I'm doing, and I'm going to add one state. So here we'll say constant open comma set open is equal to use state. Now initially I will make it false. Now that this dialog has one property called open, okay, and to this open I'm going to pass this our open state. Now whenever I click this button, so over here I will add on click method. I will set open as a true. Okay, so when button is clicked, I will set the open as true and this dialog will open. Now let's go back and test this out. So if I click on this generate AI template, see how the dialog is opening. Okay, now to this dialog we are going to add some couple of things. So first thing I will here write generate AI template. Inside here I will simply write some kind of label. So here we'll say label, and here we'll say what you want to write in document. Okay, you can write any text, and then after that I will simply add the input field from the chat component. To this input field I'm going to add a placeholder. We'll add some example, let's say project idea or something like this. Okay, I think that's all. And then after this we'll add a two button, one for generate AI model which called the our AI model, and another is to cancel the dialog. So first button cancel it. Now to this button I will add a variant as a ghost. Okay, and we'll add a second button, we'll say generate, and we don't add any variant. Let's save this one and let's see how it looks. See, so if I click on this one, this is how it looks. Let's add some styling. So first thing, for this div I will add a class name. We'll say margin top to 5, then we'll make it flex. We'll add a gap of 2. We'll add justify to n. We'll add gap to, let's say, 5. Okay, and now if I go back, so if you see, now we have this perfect thing. Okay, for this label I'm not sure, but let's add some margin top to 5. Just I don't think, because this is a label, right? So I don't think so label will apply that one, but if you change this to h2 tag, it might help us to add that padding. See, perfect. Okay, now here once user enter the input, right, and on the click of generate we are going to call that method. So let's add a couple of more things. So first thing, we need to add a state to accept the user input. So here we'll say constant user input comma set user input is equal to use state, and we'll also add a loading state as well. Set loading is equal to use state, and we'll make it false initially. Okay, and we'll call one method called generate from AI. Okay, also on the click of this cancel button, so we'll add on click method. We are going to set the open as a false. Okay, and on the click of this generate button, we are going to call the generate generate from AI method, okay, which we already written over here. Now first thing, whenever user click on this button, right, we have to first make sure that user has some input. So here we'll make it disable if user did not enter anything, or loading is true. Okay, And now over here we'll add set loading as a true, because obviously we want to show that indicator. Then we are going to, if I close this more and go to this AI model, if you remember, we added we commented this code, right? Just cut it from here and paste it inside our generate from AI. Okay, now what this method will do, this method actually call the chat session, okay, which is inside this method. See this chat session. Okay, now in order to use this chat session inside this or inside throughout the application, right, or inside any component, you have to make sure you will export this chat session, okay, so that you can use it over here. So simply import this, do control space and import this chat session from @config Google AI model. Okay, as we are using await, make sure you will make this as a asynchronize, and here you need to add a prompt, okay, what user wanted. So what I will do, I will get one constant here, will say prompt is equal to, and I will add my own prompt. So here we'll say generate template for, or we'll say for editor.js in JSON for and the user input. Okay, so whatever user enter, for that input generate the editor.js. One more important thing, if you go to this Google AI model and for the user, right, here we write reference to, then we paste all the JSON format, and if you scroll to the right, or not all the right, but over here, so yeah, remove this particular line, okay, generate template for editor and blah 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 until this to-do list, right, because this is just for the example we wrote it. So make sure to remove that one and now save it. Now over here, because that's the prompt that we are going to pass, and then copy this prompt and just simply send into this send message. Okay, perfect. Now this response we will get in the text format. Obviously we will convert it into a JSON, but the response that AI is returning is in the JSON only. Okay, so right now if you see, we click on this generate from AI and it will just consoling it on the console. Also, when the loading is true, means when we are fetching data, right, we set the loading as a true, and once it's finished, we'll set the loading as a false. Okay, and here also we are going to set the open as a false, means it automatically cancel the dialog as well. Also here I'm going to add one condition, if loading is true, I'm going to show loading indicator. So loading icon I can show, otherwise I will show the text called generate. And for this icon you can add the animate spin class from the TailwindCSS, so it actually spin your icon. Now let's go back and let's test this out. So I will open the inspect panel just to make sure that we are getting some information. Oh, one more important thing, I just got it set for the input, right, we already defined this input state, but we forgot to add the user input. So for this input component we have to add onChange method. This onChange method will emit the event, and then we'll simply set the user input as event dot target dot value. Okay, so it will actually get us whatever the user write, and now save it. Now let's take this out. If I go over here and click on generate AI model, here if I write something, let's say project idea, okay, and make sure to open inspect panel so we can just observe all the changes, and then click generate. Now if you see, we have this beautiful indicator showing, okay, it's generating from the AI. So we'll wait, and inside the console we will observe the response, and boom, if you see, we got the response. Okay, obviously it's currently a string, but here you will see this is the exact output that we wanted. Okay, perfect. Now this output we need to put it, or we need to render it inside our editor.js rich text editor, right, and it's quite easy because we already did it. So let's go back now, and over here first thing we need to convert this into a JSON. So here we'll say constant output is equal to JSON dot parse, and then we'll just simply parse this. Okay, and I think that's the what we wanted. Here I will add a try catch block. Just if you have any error, so it will just catch over here. Okay, and I will put this output inside this try and catch block. Here also I will put the set loading inside the catch, and then once you define this output, we'll set set generate AI output, and then we'll set this output. Okay, now this method we define, but we did not initialize this, means we did not define anywhere, we just call this one right now because we want to send this back to the parent component. So here I will just send back to the parent component through this params, and inside the rich document editor where we use this generate AI template, here I'm going to call this. Okay, and here we'll say output, and simply we need to render to our document. And if you remember, we have already have this method over here, right? Editor dot render, and then we'll simply need to render the output. Now our output is already into the JSON format. Okay, if you remember, because here before sending to the parent component, we already converted from string to the JSON. Okay, we already parsed that one, so you don't need to parse it again. Perfect. Now let's try this. So here I will say generate AI model, and here you can add anything. Let's say you want to add grocery to do list. Okay, and click generate, and boom, within a minute it generate the document for us. How cool, right? It added some dummy data as well. Let's try something else. So here if you want to add let's say project progress tracking. Okay, and simply click generate. Now this kind of AI template is quite helpful when you want to you are working with the team collaboration and something like that, right? And boom, if you see, we have the project XYZ progress tracking, where you can add the planning phase 1, 2, 3 and lot of other things. Okay, now not only that one, but you can even add some more extra things, right? Let's create a new document. So here I will add a new document, and once you add the document, here I will say my resume. Okay, you can even build the resume as well. Now simply I will generate the AI template. Here I will just add generate full stack resume for 3 years experience and expert in React development. Okay, and then simply click generate. Now it will also give you the format of your resume. Okay, so we'll wait, and boom, if you see, we have the beautiful format with the name. Obviously you can change whatever you want. You have experience information here, you can update on your own, the skill, education and so much, right? How cool. So guys, there are a lot of things that you can do with this. So guys, if you have any question, any doubt until this point, let me know in the comment section. This generate AI template is one of the key feature of this application, along with the chart and the notification. Okay, how cool. So guys, if you have any question, as I told you, comment in the comment section. If you really like this video, press like button and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. Now we are on the final stage of the course, where we are going to deploy our application on a cloud so that your friends and family can also see your application, so that you can also share with them. And if you see on the screen, I added this beautiful landing page, quite simple and easy, nothing else on this particular screen, where we have this get started button, and it will redirect me to the dashboard. Okay, if it's not login, obviously it will redirect me to the sign in page as well. Also, one more important thing, if you go back to our application and then go to the middleware.js, and then make sure you will also add one more endpoint here or matching route called workspace. Okay, so that it also restricted from the other user to access it. Now, once you are on this page, let me go to this localhost 3000. Okay, and let's deploy this application. So first thing you need to do is to create the GitHub account, and then we are going to push it to the GitHub, and then finally we are going to deploy it on Vercel. So if you don't know about the Vercel, so Vercel is a free platform where you can deploy your NextJs application, and also NextJs is developed by Vercel. Okay, this is the kind of interesting thing. So if you don't have an account with the Vercel, so just create that one as well. But firstly, let's go to the github.com, or you can go to the GitLab or Bitbucket, and then create a new repo. Here I'm going to add the repo name. So here we'll say Microsoft loop clone. Okay, or we can say Microsoft loop 2.0. Then you can select the repo, public or private, it's up to you, and then simply create repo. Once you create the repository, you need to add this remote origin to your application. Okay, so just paste this command over here, so it will set the origin. Then you just need to add this all the change file. So I will just add git add dot, then I will commit these changes. So you need to write some commit message. Here we'll say initial commit, and simply click, or I think you are pushing first time, then push with this push origin main. Okay, so here I will add git push origin main. Perfect. And if you see, all our code are now pushed. Now if I refresh this particular repo, you will see all the changes, all the files are here, and just now we push it, right? Perfect. And now next thing, go to the Vercel, and once you log in, you will find the dashboard. Here you will see I already uploaded a lot of, or deployed a lot of projects. Here click on this add new, and we have the option called project. Inside the project, make sure to connect your repo. So in this case, I connected with the GitHub, but you also have the option like GitLab or Bitbucket as well. Once you connected, you will see your project name, because we just now pushed, so it's saying just now, and simply click import. Once you click import, you can give whatever the name you want. I will just make Microsoft loop. I will make it just loop. Okay, then it automatically detect the framework. Next, don't touch to this one, because it already depends on the which framework you are using. It automatically set the build and output setting. But most important, we need to add the environment variable. Now if I go to this env.local file, right, this file did not push to the Bitbucket, or sorry, GitHub. So just copy all this environment variable, and then simply paste it here. Do Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V, and boom, you will see all the environment variable automatically get added along with the name and the value. Okay, and now simply click deploy. Now it will say take some time. First it will check the deployment, then it will build the build log, then it will actually start your deployment, and if there is any error, it will notify us, so we'll make that change, and then once we again push it, and that's all. So one more important thing with the connecting with the GitHub and Vercel, so whenever you make some changes to our application and push it to the GitHub, it automatically triggers the deployment with the latest changes. So you don't need to manually deploy it again, except the first time. First time you need to deploy it with all the configuration like environment variable and all, and then next time it's just push to the GitHub, and that's all. And boom, if you see, our application is now live, it's ready, and this is the domain for our application. Now if I open this particular domain on the new tab, here you will see this beautiful landing page. On the click of this get started, I already logged into this application, so I am able to authenticate directly to this application, and everything is working as expected. Cool, right? Perfect. So guys, that's how you can deploy your application on Vercel. If you have any question related to the deployment, let me know in the comment box. So that's all for this particular course, guys. I hope you really enjoy this complete tutorial. If you have any question, you can definitely reach out to me. And if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. Press like button and press notification bell icon, so you will not miss any update from me. So guys, see you in the next video. Keep coding, keep smiling.